Okay, Charlene, do we have Member Ramirez with us?
No, we don't. Not at this time.
Okay.
I've not heard.
Madam Mayor, I'll go ahead and give her a call right now.
Thank you.
No answer. I'll try texting her.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, didn't our meeting say we were going to start at 9?
Yeah, we are. I was just, mine just kicked over to 9 o'clock. So good morning, everyone. While Mr. Metzler is seeking to get a hold of our Member Ramirez, the understanding is it should be present with us, but we're going to go ahead and begin because we have a tight schedule today. So today is Tuesday, February 23rd, 2021. The time is 9:01 a.m. The special meeting of the Victorville City Council will now come to order. And it looks like we have all members present and we're waiting for Member Ramirez to join us. We look forward to that. And so in advance, I'd like to, on behalf of the City Council, thank Jen Perkins and her entire team. They've done a lot of work to put this retreat together for us for our benefit and our community's benefit. And so with that, Ms. Perkins, I'm going to hand this over. If you can just quickly share with us the objectives for this retreat, and then I'll do a formal welcome for everyone.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much, Mayor. Claire, would you please share the PowerPoint? Thank you so much. So I'd first like to introduce our team, Gloria Hurtado. Gloria, maybe you could wave. Great. And Claire Coleman, if you could wave as well. Gloria comes to the City of Victorville project. Actually, this is the third workshop that we have done, and she and I together, and we're very pleased to be back with the City of Victorville. Gloria has very significant public sector experience working for several cities, 3 cities in particular, with many city councils and leadership teams. I also have a lot of experience working directly with city councils and leadership teams in my career. So we bring all of that to the City of Victorville, along with our work with the League of California Cities and the Institute for Local Government and just a variety of other work in our careers. And we're very happy to bring all of those best practices to Victorville. Claire Coleman is our senior management analyst, and she has been working very hard on this PowerPoint, and she's a key member of our team. And she's going to be managing the PowerPoint here today and taking notes as we go through the day so that we can capture the comments from council members. So with that, just as a brief introduction, and Mayor, I will go over the specific objectives of the day, but let me first give you an opportunity to give your opening comments, and then the city manager can give his comments, and then we can go from there.
Terrific. All right, well, certainly welcome everyone. Today's governance workshop is an opportunity for this council with our 2 new council members to discuss how we can develop and maintain a dynamic council team that will produce the positive results that I believe we all want for our community. Certainly, we each bring our own experience, skills, and ideas to the table. This is what makes us stronger as a governing body. But to do our best work for our community, we need to build consensus and move in one direction. I'm looking forward to our discussions today and a renewed commitment to the norms and protocols developed a year ago as a city council. Thank you. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. It's my view that today is an important day. It's an important day because this is the first opportunity to have a workshop like this with our newest council members, Mayor Pro Tem Leslie Irving and Council Member Liz Becerra. It is also an opportunity for us to shape how we intend to work together into our future and learn about what it's going to take to fulfill our intentions. It's also my view that as we progress, we must keep the collective interest of our 125,000 residents in mind. We have been trusted to manage their resources wisely, and I can confidently share with you that we are no better positioned than today to not only manage the public's resources, but we can now invest in and expand our public resources. Beyond the residents, you have a workforce of approximately 425 dedicated women and men that look up to you for guidance. With a clear direction from this council, your staff is poised to get you to where you want this community to go. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and let's have a productive governance team workshop.
Sounds good to me. Thank you very much. All right. I'm wondering if, I'm just going to make a quick request of our city clerk. Are there any requests to speak from audience members? Do we know yet?
Councilmember Gomez.
Okay. All right. With that said, Ms. Perkins, do you want to do the specific objectives before I call for public comment?
I'm happy to do that. Claire, if you would put the objective slide up, please. Okay, thank you so much. Pardon me. Yes, we've been asked to facilitate this workshop today because there's a desire on the part of the city council to make things better. Any city council, in terms of actually getting things done for its community, has a need to work effectively together as a team. That's true in Victorville, is true in any city council. And Gloria and I work with many city councils to help that process. It's always a work in process. It's never perfected. And this today is an opportunity to continue down that path. So we will be presenting today some best practices, a variety of best practices, and we'll be going over with the City Council the norms that you did create and adopt last February. So you have a great starting point because you did have a day-long workshop to create and to develop those norms. So with our work today with you in going over best practices in City Council governance, and reviewing and perhaps updating if you wish to make some changes to those norms, then we hope that we can position you well to continue down that path of effective governance. And then it will be up to the City Council to take the steps necessary to work effectively together on behalf of the entire community. So in terms of the specific objectives, we have 4 today. One is to understand the best practices for council effectiveness, and we do have a number of points that we're going to go over with you and engage in a conversation with you. Another objective is to clarify roles of mayor, council, city manager, and city attorney. As you recall, we did have a discussion of that last year, and this will be a further discussion of that. The third objective is to review the council norms that were developed last February, and we'll be going through those, determine if you wish to make any modifications of those, and talk about how those are implemented and can be implemented even better. And then finally, an objective is to discuss the council training for the year. We'll go over the training that has been conducted for council members that you've been able to participate in, and opportunities for training coming up in this calendar year, and see what you might be interested in specific training. So those are the objectives that we have today. And so now we could perhaps move to public comment, and then we can go through agendas and so forth. So Claire, if you'd move back to the public comment slide, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So good morning again, and just by way of a very brief introduction to our public comment period, of course, this council is interested in your ideas and opinions, but the council must also be able to carry out its business in an organized and efficient manner, free from material disruption. Therefore, this meeting will be administered in accordance with the council's established policies and procedures in Government Code Section 54957.9. When comments are invited, click the raise your hand feature located on the Zoom screen. Individuals would be unmuted, called on by name, then recognized by the presiding officer. All testimony is to be directed solely to the council for this workshop. Individual speakers may address the council once for up to 2 minutes, with a total public comment period of up to 20 minutes. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests?
Councilmember Gomez.
We're going to have Ms. Gomez speaking as a member of the public at this time, not in her official capacity as a council member. Ms. Gomez, welcome.
So my name is Blanca Gomez. I'm the council member to the city of Victorville, taking the opportunity through public comment to speak.
Ms.
and I appreciate it.
Ms. Gomez is out of order and will suspend. Ms. Gomez, thank you very much. But at this time, you're speaking as a member of the audience. And
I'm
I would
introducing
ask you
myself.
to do that.
I'm not, I never said I was speaking as what you said. I'm introducing myself, and I'm
Councilmember
speaking
Gomez,
as a member of
please do
the
not
public.
Start this meeting like this.
I'm
So
speaking as a member of the public. You've heard that you interrupt me again and
Ms.
again. You can't
Ms.
be
Gomez,
doing that.
Madam Clerk, will you kindly mute the audience member? So just so that the chair can make her point. And this is not something new to this member. When there's a choice made to speak as a member of the audience, it's not under the auspices or the color of her role as a council member. And while we all know that she's a council member, the opportunity to speak as a member of the public. If council member persists, then we're going to move on. The member should not be identifying. She can identify herself as a council member, I suppose, if she wishes, but she may not represent this council and does not in any way. Thank you. Madam Clerk, will you please unmute Ms. Gomez?
So the only difference today here for the management partners that you will notice is I have typically always identified myself. And so right now she just made a different move. And what I do is I always tell the people that I am Councilwoman Gomez, but I am speaking as a member of the public. And she does not let me allow myself to do that. Today has been a little different. She said I can identify myself. So I wanted to do what we typically do during a council meeting. I also wanted to make it public that this meeting for many months we've known is going to be a part of the agenda, but it was set for a 24-hour notice. I think those types of moves really ostracize the community from being participatory. It's not okay, us knowing that we're gonna have these meetings for months and we verify it 30 days in advance. I think it should be noticed even sooner because we have that, instead of making it seem like the mayor put this at 24-hour notice. I don't think that's appropriate. I don't think that's transparent. In terms of Rita Ramirez, her health has been declining and now she's getting better. I don't appreciate the fact where we have 3 council members who conspire to try to boot her out of office. That's not teamwork. That is
Ms.
not a way to
Gomez?
bring her over. This is my public comment. I wish not to be interrupted.
I just want
The
to
next
caution you
thing
to not
the
speak
next
about
thing that
personal
I
health
want to
issues.
add is that if you witness the chair, she's very militant and she wants to always thwart the first right amendment that we have as speakers because she wants to control everything. I don't appreciate that. I think she's a wonderful person as a human being, but I don't like the fact that she consistently attacks what I have to say. The diverse background that I have, I'm always going to bring to the forefront, and I have nothing against her as a person. It's just the action that she produces to make me seem like I'm an incompetent individual when I speak, and I'm not. The other thing that I wanted to say is
Your
that
time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, so just for purposes of clarification, this meeting is a little less formal than usual, so I did make an allowance for Ms. Gomez to say that she's a council member. Mr. DeBortnowski, was that an error on my part?
No, I think it's appropriate if she wants to identify herself as a council member. The issue is right after that, she needs to make it very clear that she is not speaking in that capacity, but instead of
Correct.
speaking as a member of the public, which is what you clarified.
Which is
So
what
to
I've
the extent she
always
does that,
done.
immediately after indicating and introducing herself, it would be okay. So
Right.
the way you handled it was okay. Again, it was clear that she was speaking as a member of the public and not in her capacity as a council member.
Yes, thank you. All right. Madam Clerk, are there any other requests to speak?
Yes, Romero Rodriguez.
Thank you. Mr. Rodriguez, welcome.
Are we on public comments?
Yes.
One of my objections is for the city of individuals taking in their own consideration, not allowing us to be heard in Spanish. It's a large population of this city, the high desert, does not speak Spanish. And just because you feel offended and not understanding what we are saying, hey, welcome to our world. The same thing goes for us. We live in a world where we go to vote and our ballots are in Spanish and in English. And what gives you the power to decide for us whether we want to speak in Spanish or in English? Like we see like that racism and the hatred for immigrants or people that don't look like you or sound like you. Yes, we have diversity in the diocese, but that's just the illusion that you give us of diversity. We have no diversity. We see every single week you guys voting as a block. Yes, 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 no. Yes, 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 no. And I know how eager you guys are to get Rita out of there because you need a Kennedy. You need a bad cop. There's a good cop and the bad cop. You need one bad cop. And sometimes Rita goes in on it, or maybe Rita's going to vote yes. So maybe one of you can be the bad cop and vote no. So you don't. It's not so obvious like we see it every single week. We are not represented there. We are not represented, and that is really disgusts us. We gave you guys all the opportunity. We gave you all the trust, and you abuse that power. And we're really sick of that. And one of the things is, I know you're going to try and get Rita out of there, maybe put McKechnie in there. I don't know how you're going to, but you're probably going to do it. And what you guys need is you just need to make it seem like you guys are voting always on the block. We saw you hand over power to the city
Your time is up.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Any further requests, Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Becerra.
Member Becerra, speaking as a member of the public.
Good morning, Public City of Victorville. My name is Liz Becerra. I'm commenting on the public comments that were made. The comments that were made that the council is trying to get Rita Ramirez out of office. Rita Ramirez was voted into office by the public. She has failed to represent the public. What we are trying to do is give the public fair representation of 5 members, not 4. The public voted to have 5 members, not 4, and then whenever a council member can attend, as myself too, that I have different things going on in life. When you choose to run, you choose to represent the public, not whenever you can. If you can't because of an illness, then you back out of office because the public represented you, the public voted you in, not whenever you're ready to or whenever you can. So when you choose to run, you choose to represent the public 24 hours a day. You choose that you're at their beck and call, not whenever you can. If you can't, then get out of office. For Spanish speaking, the language of the United States is English. We talk in English for the majority of the public that listens to us. If you cannot understand it, you can always ask for what we talked about will be translated for you. If you're that concerned and you don't understand English, then ask the city clerk if she can get one of our employees that do speak Spanish and can put it in Spanish for you. We would be more than happy to. So it's not racism. It's not that we do what we want. It is a language of this country. Okay? When you go to Mexico, they don't talk to you in English. They talk to you in Spanish. If you can't understand it, they don't try to talk to you in English. Okay? Come on, folks. Let's talk the language of this country. I get it. People don't talk English They talk all other kinds of languages, but they come here to learn. They come here to represent themselves. They come here to make life better. So let's make life better and let's get this meeting going.
Your time
Thank
is up.
Thank you, Ms. Becerra. Any further requests, Madam Clerk?
No other requests.
Thank you. With that said, we're going to go ahead and move on to item 4 on the agenda. And I'll hand that over to Ms. Perkins and her team.
Okay, thank you so much. Claire, if you would move on to the today's agenda, please. Thank you. So we're going to move right into our work today. We're going to first learn just a little bit more about each other as team members, and that would be the city council members. Then we're going to discuss best governance practices and roles. Then we're going to specifically discuss the council norms and how to operationalize them. And then when Gloria and I had an opportunity to interview members of the city council as part of the planning of today's session, we heard about several areas of interest that were identified by council members to discuss today. So we have those listed and we'll be going through those one by one. Then we'll talk about council training and then we'll wrap up. We will conclude no later than 1:30 today. We'll also take some breaks today. So don't worry about that. We'll make sure that we do, and including a little bit longer, like a 30-minute lunch break as well. So we will make sure we take some breaks. Okay, next slide, Claire. So I wanted to go through a few ground rules for the day. These are ground rules that we have had in our last couple of workshops with the city council, with a couple of others that are specifically for the Zoom environment. But the first one is always to assume good intent. Council members are elected to the city council to do what's best in your view for the city of Victorville. So it's always a good practice in a workshop of this sort to assume good intent on the part of each other so that you can try to move forward as much as possible as a collective body and as team members. Secondly, respect every council member's opportunity to participate. Pardon me. I will be managing that along with Gloria and the mayor. I know that you will help with that as well. But we do want all council members to fully participate in this and equally participate. So we will be looking for opportunities to make that happen. The third one is very important. As a city council, you can really only move forward as a body if you seek consensus in areas of agreement. You offer your individual ideas, and that's very important to do that. But in the end, it's what the council as a body does. It's what the council as a majority votes on. And that's also true in a workshop of this sort as well. Individual ideas absolutely have to be surfaced and discussed. But then in the end, how the council as a body decides to operate as a group is very important. So we're encouraging you today to seek consensus and seek where you can agree. And we'll try to help you with that in our facilitator role. But it is very important for you to also be keeping that in mind. The next one is to stay focused. As facilitators, of course, that's our job to help with that, but we encourage you to assist with that as well. The fifth ground rule is an important one, not only for today, but is an important one for your role as a leader and as a member of the city council, and for all the staff that are in the Zoom room here today as well. People look up to you. How you act is how other people view that you should be acting. And so you model that behavior that you want others to take on. And so that would be true today. And it's also just true in your official capacities. Now, in terms of your video and muting your microphones, we would encourage you, just as you are now, to keep your microphones muted, so we don't have background noise. And then when we have people who want to speak, and we hope all council members do wish to speak, we will do our best to recognize you, and we'll be looking at either the electronic hand raise, or if you physically hand raise, we'll try to look for that as well. Sometimes it's a little bit harder to see, but we will look for both of those. And then in terms of your video, we really encourage council members in particular to keep your video on, but there aren't all that many other staff members who are on this workshop. So please, you can keep yours on as well. So with those, and then over on the left-hand side is the ground rule number 1 is respect. Respecting each other, respecting the process, respecting the public. If we follow that today, we can have a successful workshop. So wanted just to spend a little bit of time on the ground rules as we move forward today. So thank you. The bike rack is simply something that Claire will be keeping track of. If things come up today that are off point of what we are discussing, but that need to be followed up on, perhaps by the city manager or the city attorney or somebody else on city staff, then we'll keep track of that, and we will report that back to the city manager so that can be followed up on. But it's a time management tool, so we can make sure that we accomplish what we're set out to focus on today. Next slide. So with this, I'm going to stop talking and I'm going to turn this over to Gloria, my colleague. So Gloria.
Great. Thank you. Thanks, Jan. I'm happy to be with all of you here this morning. It is a beautiful day. And I want to start with, we're all here to help make things better in Victorville. So I think everyone has a commitment to do that. And that's what we really want to focus on today. We want to start off with a little bit of an icebreaker. So we get a chance to know, we have 2 new council members, and you're always busy with the business of the city. So it's nice to get to know a little bit about each other. So we thought we'd start with a positive thing about Victorville. And all of you as a council member, you all made the choice to run, and you all have a desire to serve Victorville. And so we thought we'd start with what's something that you like sharing about Victorville. So when you talk to people about Victorville, what do you like to share? And I'll start with the mayor. So Mayor, what is it you love about Victorville and that you like sharing with others?
Well, first and foremost, it's the beautiful blue skies and the stars that you can actually see at night. But I suppose more than that is our community has, for all of its beautiful diversity and different backgrounds and likes and dislikes, we all come together with this real strong sense of community and small town charm. We just had an example yesterday where we have a new car wash opening, and they've done a fundraiser to help a member of our community who has special needs. And this is the kind of thing that we see a lot in our community, people reaching out despite their backgrounds and experiences, really reaching out to help one another. I love that.
Thank you. I'll go to Mayor Pro Tem Irving. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. I think what I like most, or I find that's very special about Victorville, is its diversity. I really enjoy that. I also, actually, I like the weather. I like the fact that we actually have something like a season. So it's chilly in the winter and very warm in the summer. So I enjoy that as well. And the last thing, I like the location. We're about an hour and a half, 2 hours from just about everything. This is a good place to be. So I think we're centrally located, and that's an asset for us. So thank you.
Great. Councilwoman Becerra.
I think Mayor Jones and Mayor Pro Tem are cheating off my notes. Basically everything they said. The people that are here and everything are open space and where we're at. Mayor Pro Tem said, we're an hour and a half from everything: snow, water, gasoline, open space, we have everything here, and that's what it is. So we can make it a better place with a council of 5, and we can get it, we can go forward.
Right. Councilwoman Gomez?
Yes, the most beautiful part is the diversification that we have in different languages. I get to speak to people in languages that others may not be privy to. And that gives me a special insight when I attend individuals who are probably only Spanish speakers or who perhaps can only use sign language, and very few individuals can communicate. Those individuals have that special need and that special care that when you're able to comprehend them in their language and understand why they say the things they say, and they can indeed have representation with others individuals who know the language and who want to be a part of it. I think that's the most beautiful part. I've met so many different people who cannot use English or cannot even speak, and being able to let them know that they can bring their concerns to the table, or that even I can voice them, because a lot of these individuals do feel afraid sometimes to be participatory because they don't understand how it works. They feel intimidated. But when they find someone who knows their language, someone who can advocate and can create momentum for them, that really is empowering. So empowering the people in right where they're at the grassroots level is one of the most beautiful things that I've been able to be participatory once I've been elected, which was in 2016.
Great, thank you. Claire, can we go to the next slide? So a lot of positives about Victorville, and it is, I've certainly had the opportunity to be up there several times. It is a unique community, and I remember when we were working on the mission and vision, that whole jewel in the desert still sticks in my mind as part of our discussion, and it really is a wonderfully diverse community. So great place for us to start. So today we're going to be really providing you with a framework for how to do good governance. And so we have shared with each of you, and I hope you've had a chance to read the article from the Institute for Local Government on best practices and how to do excellence in government. So we'll talk a little bit more in detail about the article and the strategies, the framework that it provides, but it's really about collaboration, working together. And so the framework we provide for you today will be a good tool, but it is going to take commitment, collaboration, and really hard work to make things better in the city of Victorville. Can we go to the next slide, please? So some of the key factors that make a city council work or make governance effective, what will help the council work well. The first is that we're all on the same team, so we're all working for the same purpose. We all have a love of Victorville, so the unity of purpose serve the entire community is what we're focused on, and what is the greater good for the community. So it's important for council to have that focus. It's also important to understand the roles and responsibilities. So we'll get into more detail about what the roles are, understanding those roles, and agreement on those roles. The positive governance culture is really critical because it is what the public sees. It is what the public experiences, and it is also how staff is engaged. So staff is part of that governance culture. And then the last is establishing and adhering to norms and protocols. So you've already established some norms. You already have protocols and procedures. So part of today will be a review and a reaffirmation or affirmation of those norms and protocols, because adhering to those, really implementing those, really living up to those is going to determine the success of the council and the effectiveness of your work. Go to the next slide. So attributes of exceptional city council. So this is the article that we shared with you. And I guess I'd start with, I hope everyone did have an opportunity to read this. If you did not, I would encourage you to actually keep this with you and review it and remind yourself. I look at it all the time, and it's always a reminder of what are the factors that create an exceptional council. I've also had experiences working with exceptional councils, and so I'd like to share some of that with you. So the first is having the sense of team and the partnership with the city manager to govern and manage the city. And so the council's role in this is to create that vision and set policy for the city manager for the city, but the city manager's job is to administer government. So understanding that you each have a role in that and that it is a partnership is one of the key factors. We've talked about the clear roles and responsibilities. The other is to honor the relationship with each other. And you honor that through respect, civility, and treating each other with dignity. And I'll move on to that. You routinely conduct effective meetings. So I think you've put protocols in place if you are consistent with those to conduct effective meetings. And then holding each other accountable. And accountability is focusing on the priorities and the results that you're trying to achieve for the greater community, for the community at large. And then having members who practice continuous improvement, that's about the training aspect. And we'll talk about that also later on today. Next slide. So my question for each of you, and I'll go through the roll call again, is from this article. First, did you have a chance to review it? And then second, what resonates with you from that article? And I'm going to start with the mayor. You're on mute. Mayor, you're muted.
I was trying to honor the request to mute myself. Really, the whole article, like there are parts of it that sing to me louder at one time than another, I suppose. But because we have a new team, and I think our new council members have done a fabulous job at making that transition from being a candidate to a council member. A lot of times, candidates, they're in a role of making promises, not always realizing that they're only going to be 1/5 of a team. But our newest members have done a really fine job of making that transition very successful, and it's worked well for our team.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Well, I think that the article in some ways is in alignment with my own personal values. What resonates for me is the absolute necessity for teamwork. If we're going to be successful, then we need to have teamwork. And when you work with the team, there's no I in team. So that's what resonates for me, the necessity for teamwork, effective teamwork.
Councilwoman Becerra, hopefully you had a chance to read the article, and what resonates with you?
I did. And again, what Deborah and Leslie are saying, we're a team of 5. We need to get forward, team of 5 for the city. So what I read out of the whole thing is teamwork. It doesn't say, it just says everybody together, whatever opinions or whatever values and everything, but what's the best of our citizens. And that's what we need to do. That's it.
Thank you. Councilwoman Gomez? So this
Yes.
is a repeat for you on the article, so I want to make sure you had a chance to read it again. And what resonates with you?
Yeah, what was more resonant is the diversity and the value of diversity that we have in the style that in the manner that we speak. It's a perspective that we bring to the table that is very unique to each individual who has been elected to the city council. It includes a team of acting strategically and being able to examine situations from the perspective of one's own diversified value system, and being able to use those systems held internally to be able to represent whatever that team means. Because to me, a team is a team of people who have elected me to represent them. So that diversification is inclusive of everyone who either voted or didn't vote for me. So that's what was really resonant to my perspective in reading this article. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for sharing that. We're going to move to the next slide. So we know the attributes of an exceptional council, but key to that is being able to have effective council meetings, because that's how the business of the city moves forward. So here are some key factors to help in effective council meetings. And I know these are things that will probably seem review for you, but they're also very important strategies for you. So the first is to read materials and ask questions of staff in advance. So I know the city does use your agenda planning. You have an opportunity to review the agenda in advance, review the materials. And so we encourage you to ask the questions in advance for a couple reasons. One is you want to make sure that you clearly understand the issue that is being presented, that if it raises questions, you get those questions answered. And you're able to do that in advance. But most important is having that clear understanding of what's being presented, what's being asked of council, so that when you do take action, you are comfortable in that action that you're taking. In meetings, be efficient with your comments. I mean, there are public meetings, they are public, the public is watching, the public wants to speak. And we want to make sure that each council member gets an equal opportunity to speak, but you want to be efficient in those. Everybody's time is valuable. The council's time is valuable, the staff's time is valuable, and so is the public's. We want to be efficient in that. The third is no surprises for staff at the council meeting. To remember, it's not, I got you with something you didn't prepare for, but remember that we're all on the same team, because it helps the city function better, but we all look better to the public too when we work when there are no surprises and we work as a team. And I'll give you some examples. It doesn't mean that you're not allowed to ask staff questions. In my experience, as Janet said, I've worked for 3 cities and had the opportunity many times to be briefing and educating council on a topic. And some of the information that might not have been expanded upon in the report, but in discussing with the council person, they might feel that's really valuable information for the public to have. So at the council meeting, I'm going to ask you that question. And that is totally appropriate. And I'll share, I've had, one example when I was at the city of Santa Rosa. Really important item coming to city council was the selection of a new garbage contractor. And it's the franchise agreement is a huge contract for the city, millions and millions of dollars. And we were bringing in the recommendation for a new contractor. We're eliminating the prior one. And during the briefings with council, reviewing the agenda, one of the council members asked me about, we knew the rates were going to go up. And anytime you increase rates, the public does not like that. But it was the reality. So it was going to be a little controversial when it got to council. But the council member asked me about consideration for a low income discount. So was there a way within this franchise agreement to give low income residents a discount on their garbage rates? And that happened during our briefing and agenda planning. And by bringing that up in advance, it was something that I'm talking to other council members. I heard it a couple times. So by the time we got to council, as a staff member, I was able to do the research and to present some options to council so that in the public meeting, the council was able to express their concern that the low-income residents be served, and staff was prepared to give them some options of how to do that. And that's the kind of exchange that happens through those agenda planning, through asking questions, and through reading those materials. At council meetings, there are going to be people who sometimes, maybe our peers or maybe the public, who may say things that we don't agree with, but we still want to show respect, treat everyone with respect, regardless of what they're saying. Thank people for their comments, thank people for their cooperation. Having clear procedures for recognizing council members. Certainly our current pandemic situation has created I'll call it opportunities, different opportunities for cities across the country on how to conduct and looking for new protocols and doing your hand raise. Some cities are using all written e-comments coming in, but you need to have whatever it's going to be. There need to be clear procedures for how council will participate, how staff will participate, and how the public participates. And as long as you have those protocols and you're consistent, then it makes it easier for everyone to participate and know where they stand. Limiting debate and discussion on an agenda item to stay focused. And I think this is something that you already do, but there's a reason for it. You don't want to have 4 hours of debate on an item. Council does need to come to, at some point, to some decision. So using your protocols, establishing that time frame. Although I will tell you that I have been in council meetings in cities where it's a very big issue to the community, and we've allowed hours of public comment when you have 200 people lined up. You don't want to exclude people, so you need to use your judgment there. People need to feel like they have the opportunity to be heard. And then also, you've already had your training on Rosenberg's Rules of Order, so making sure you're following those and the other established policies and procedures. You have a great manual, so making sure that you're utilizing that and operationalizing that. Comments on that, and I'll go through again, starting with the mayor. Comments on the most effective council meetings and the recommendations, the guidelines there. And I'll start with the mayor.
Thank you. Well, I appreciate all of the points that you hit on, and I think that these are certain things that we are practicing, but I think as time goes on, we're going to get better and better at it. And I think a lot of it really is going to be a matter of every council member individually committing to wanting our council meetings to be as effective and efficient as they can be, so that we can really get the hard work of the city done.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, thank you for the question. I think the way we're running and conducting business right now is effective. I appreciate the way the mayor runs and conducts, chairs the meetings, right? So I would like to see us work through some of the issues that we are having where we can be more inclusive of everyone so that I understand that people have diversity. We all have different ideas, and somehow or another, how can we build consensus and bring those ideas in, embrace them, and move forward? So that's what I'm looking for. That may be pie in the sky, but I don't think so. I think it's doable. But for right now, I think we're doing an outstanding job, and I think we're going to improve as we move forward. So I have faith in us. Thank you.
Great. Councilwoman Becerra?
I like that you hit that the only people that work for the council is the city manager and the city attorney. The council needs, and we need to remember that the city employees are not to be belittled. They're not to be try to make that they're incompetent, because we have some of the best employees in Southern California. So we just need to remember that, like you said, ask your questions first. Find out first, because they're more than willing to meet with each one of us and give us points of where we need to be. It doesn't make us to seem I'm smarter than you because I ask questions. Sometimes some of the questions that are asked, including myself, they could have been asked before. It doesn't make you out to seem that I'm smarter than everybody. So just like I said, we need to remember our place as a council. That's it.
Thank you. Councilwoman Gomez.
Yeah, would you mind repeating your question?
Sure. So I shared with you some guidance on the most effective council meetings. And so my question is, do you have any reaction to that? Anything you would like to add or speak about relative to running effective council meetings?
Yeah, so the most effective meetings that I've been able to encounter during my tenure in office have been those where my voice has not been ousted, marginalized, or disenfranchised. And I think Thomas Jefferson put it best when he stated that we needed to bear in mind the principles of democracy. We understand that majority rule, and that's what happens in our Supreme Court of Law. But we also have to protect the rights of individuals. Definitely tyranny by minority over the majority is barred, but so is tyranny of the majority against minorities. And so those types of meetings that have been far and few a rarity during this chair's recognition. Beforehand, they were definitely a multitude, and those were very appreciative, and those are highlights that I continue to aspire to look forward to.
Thank you, Councilwoman Gomez. And I just add one other thing from my experience. It is important that everyone has the opportunity to be heard. That's really key, whether you agree with the position that's being presented or not. And just one experience from my past in terms of working with the city of San Antonio, have a huge city council, 10 council members, very engaged community, very long council meetings. But the thing I remember most in my time there was when we had controversial items. And one of the most controversial things we dealt with there was when the city added partner benefits for employees. And people in the community came out in droves and had very strong opinions for and against. And there were some pretty ugly things said during that council meeting. But the mayor, Castro at the time, allowed everyone their 2 minutes to get their opinion said. And no matter how ugly some comments were, I always remember how he listened attentively to each person. He thanked them for their comments, no matter what they said, and then moved on to the next. And it was such a great example of civility that I still remember that. And I remind myself sometimes too, when I'm hearing something I don't like, to remember everybody has a right to be heard, give them that right, but you still make the right decision, and you make the right decision for the city. So there are some great examples for the council to even look at with other cities. And so let's move on to the next slide. And so we've talked a little bit about this, a lot about this. Effective governing is a team sport. We really have to work together. And for things to get better in Victorville, it means that the council needs to work better together as a team and work well with the staff as also part of their team, and each have a role in that team and helping it be successful. So you each make a commitment, increase your cooperation and collaboration, and increase that effectiveness of your team. And we'll talk, as we talk about the roles, I think that it will be important for you to focus on your role and how you contribute to this teamwork and working together. And let's go to the next slide. So we came up with a list of things that really do impact governance. And there are positive functional governance attributes. And I shared a little bit of my experience with San Antonio. But there are also things that, and here we termed them dysfunctional, things that are destructive to excellent governance. So I love this. On the green side, the functional governance, just a reminder, Victorville is a council manager form of government. Council creates the vision, sets the policy, but the city manager administers government. The city council has two employees, the city manager and the city attorney. The city manager administers government. Also, once the vote is held, accepting the outcome. Sometimes we're on the winning side, sometimes we're not, but as you said, Councilwoman, majority rules. So the vote is taken. Before the vote, you have your say, but once the vote is taken, then you need to accept this is direction for the city and how do you support that? Being able to make unpopular but necessary decisions. My example in San Antonio with the partner benefits, what a volatile issue. And it was very unpopular with some people, but council had to make the necessary decisions. And once that decision, then it was staff's responsibility to implement that. Disagreeing, but respectfully. And here's where civility, we might not agree. You might not agree with me, but I have a right to be heard, hear me, but do it respectfully. And so you can agree, disagree, do it respectfully. Getting the public engaged in productive ways. And we're going to talk a little bit later about how council can encourage the public's interaction with the city. Certainly through, in some of my experience, different kinds of public meetings. We've previously, in my experience, engaged public for designing a new city facility, participation in budget, public budget hearings. In big cities like San Antonio, we would have about 20 public budget hearings out in the community, budget workshops before we ever came to the council to finalize the budget. And participation in boards or commissions or other committees for the city are productive ways to engage the city or engage the citizens in city government. And certainly through your council meetings, public comment is one form of public engagement, but there certainly are others. Being trustworthy, doing what you say you will do, and doing it transparently. As a council member, that's very critical. People want to know they can trust their council members, and they certainly want you and government to be transparent or open. Some of the things that create dysfunction in government, and these are really very much behavioral things. So, no personal attacks of other council members or city staff. That undermines government, that undermines your city. Dominating the discussion, that's why your protocols are important. You don't dominate, you each have a time to contribute. Using the media or other kinds of public ways to attack your colleagues, it should be unacceptable. Purposely being non-cooperative does not serve the city. Attempting to embarrass each other does not serve the city. Despite a majority vote, continuing to speak against the direction that the city is going does not serve the city. Stacking the audience, probably a little harder to do on Zoom, but that's not something council should do. There should be public participation, but not an effort to stack. And then viewing your colleagues as enemies or competitors. That doesn't work when you're on the same team. So each of these is really a behavior that undermines the effectiveness of the council. Next slide. First, let me, before I go back, Claire. So I just want to give, I'm not going to go through the roll call, but if there's any council member who wants to make a comment about this, it certainly would allow for that if you want to raise your hand. Okay, Councilwoman Gomez.
Yeah, I just like to comment that some of these things, I never saw that perspective of thinking about colleagues as being competitors or enemies. So it's really interesting that was a part of it. So I appreciate that. It gives me a new perspective of how some people believe to think. So it's interesting. And then stacking the audience, I never thought about that. That would be a good strategy. And it's a good way to show how it could be used to create dysfunction. So I appreciate the comments that were provided on this aspect, because I didn't think about those before hearing them tonight or today. Thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead and move on to the next slide. So this is a question that comes up. Can't I disagree with a colleague? And of course you can disagree. We're not always going to agree on everything, but it's how we do that disagreement. And always to show that dignity, the respect, and being inclusive. Kindness, I guess a little bit of civility is and kindness. And I keep thinking back to Councilman Castro, when people said really horrible things, and just how thank you, he would, I was amazed at the time that he could look at someone saying something so horrible, but thank them for their comments, thank them for participating in city government, and then move on with the business of the city. So we can be civil when we're disagreeing. It's also when we're disagreeing, especially with our peers, to focus on the issue and not personalize this. And this is probably something we've heard many times, don't take it personal, but really focus on the issue. And since as council members, you are dealing with the hard business of the city, it's important to focus on the city, the greater good, the issue, as opposed to what the individual council members as individuals, but focus on the issue, the business at hand, to be able to move forward. And the goal is always that everyone has the opportunity to be heard, but also that you're reaching a consensus. And yes, it's a majority vote, but it's more than just a vote. It's about truly reaching consensus and agreement, and something that you can move forward with, but also something that serves the greater community. So keeping that in mind. And I think we're going to open it up there for discussion. And so let's focus on the factors impacting governance, but also being able to have your discussion on when you agree and disagree. And I'll start with the mayor on this.
Sure. Well, just having served as a council member and now as the mayor, I really appreciate all the preceding slides, starting with the behaviors that represent a functional team and a dysfunctional team. I love that it was green and red, go and stop. I thought that was great. But, for me, the bottom line is governing through law, policy, and procedure, not personal whim or personal inclination. And so, the whole concept of not taking things personally and so forth is very easy to do for me. But it doesn't bode well, honestly, for me as a person when someone says one thing while actively doing something that's completely incongruent with it. So saying, I'm not attacking you personally, I love you, and all of those things, while fabricating things that are just factually untrue. And for what purpose? To embarrass or belittle. And so I think it would be helpful if maybe as a team we all recognized it's just so much easier, and we can get a lot more done if we just choose to take a moment or two to be kind with each other, even when we're on a heated subject, and respect that we're all duly elected, we all have a say, and there's no need to get into the gutter to make points. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Pro Tem?
I guess, can you ask the question over? Because I'm trying, you just want me to
Sure.
jump in and just share my thoughts, or
Yeah,
are you asking?
so, shared attributes for both a functional and dysfunctional council,
Well,
and
I-
also about, the ability to agree, to disagree, agree, but still be civil when you're doing it, and just your thoughts and comments on where we are on this.
Well, first of all, in terms of being functional, if we want to have a functional, effective council, that begins with each individual individual person. Definitely, I'm not going to always agree with my colleagues. And there are going to be some issues where, my position is firm. So that's what it is. So I do understand that. I'm hoping that we can disagree, agree to disagree. And I don't know what to say, but I definitely see some of the dysfunctional type behaviors. Occasionally in our meetings, they rear their ugly little head, it is what it is. And I don't think we should we should strive for perfection, but even when we disagree and we see each other maybe behave in ways that are not desirable, I still think we still need to embrace and move forward. So I don't know how we get there. I'm not saying it's okay, but we're people, right? And we have beliefs and emotions. I want, like I said, I want to see how we can get together where someone that may disagree with the majority of people, how do we embrace diversity in thought and move forward?
And I think part of bringing these to your attention when you see the dysfunctional, and that it is destructive and not helpful, it's a reminder, some of us might have slid over to the red side and done some of those behaviors. But I think this is a reminder that, that's not really helpful. And I know sometimes I have to remind myself, yeah, that's not really being productive. So I hope that, by actually listing these and seeing these, it's also a reminder that we want to stay on the functional and the productive side.
I agree with you, but that's going to start with each individual person. I'm
individual.
committed to the green side. So, but is it my role to call out a colleague when I see, well, it's mostly we're females. My sister moved to the red side. Maybe in some instances it is, but I also want to respect that person, may feel they need to operate in the red. I don't know, but I want all of us to move to the green side. Yeah. So that's my thought.
And maybe this will be a little tool that at those moments we could say, oh, you're slipping to the red side, you need to get back to the green. So maybe we can use this as a little tool, because I do think it's okay to nudge and remind, but the individual commitments, we're going to be asking for that later on in this workshop. So
I do understand what you mean. I'm a teacher and I have to remind, yes, I get it. Well, let's move to the green side. Okay, yes. I get you.
Or use your inside voice.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman Becerra.
Well, I'm glad you started with that. Use your inside voice, Gloria. I think where we're sitting at right now is a part of why we've gotten so dysfunctional. You can hide behind a screen, you can hide behind a phone, and you have other thoughts behind you feeding into you. I'm hoping when we are able to get back to the dais, things will change, things will get better. Mayor Jones will have a better seat up there to facilitate our meetings, to make sure they go better. So like I said, I think the screen that we're sitting behind helps a lot of it to the red. So when we get in live, let's just hope that everybody plays nice. Like Mayor Pro Tem said, our sisters, so we can go from there. Family tends to disagree. But when we're sitting up there, hopefully this will change. That's it.
Thanks. And the remote environment is a challenge for every community, every city, and probably every business too. So I think we're all hopeful to have some kind of new normal in the future, not too distant. Councilwoman Gomez?
Yes, it's really interesting because I have the opportunity to hear the different perspectives from different insights of different cultural backgrounds, fiscal and experiences that a lot of us have gone through. And that just reminds me, because a lot of us ascribe to spirituality or somehow religion or attend where we are influenced. And it just reminded me how out of the abundance of our hearts is how our mouth has a tendency to speak. And so with that, I appreciate the perspectives that I've heard thus far. I do believe that 5 people in this local government do not represent 100 or even 50% of what the 125, 130,000 people out in our communities represent. And I say that because if the makeup of every one of us who are currently elected were to drastically change and all of us were to be unelected and we had a new team of members, it would look so distinct from what it seems like we propel to show that some of us are dysfunctional, some of us are on the right, some of us are on the red, some of us are in the blue. I think a lot of that is very cited to what we've experienced and what we narrate. And that's interesting because not always is consensus a good thing, in my opinion. It can show a point of stagnation. If everyone were to agree and make everyone happy in terms of I'm 1/5 of the vote and I can only make a certain amount of people happy, but the way I want to create happiness for self is for reaching out to others outside of the realm of the influence of a political system. I think a lot of the hostility that is seen within these domains has been entrenched since the beginning of this country. There was a fight, there was a war. Some people thought this is not the right way. Those people have had the authority and they were weaponized. There were those leaders at that time that either were seen by Americans to be the heroes and the patriots, whereas other countries could look at this same story and that same narrative and think about it and say they went over to the red side. So it's just really interesting to hear the perspectives and that we're that type of constituency or human beings that play into all the influential parts of what we believe is right, what we believe is wrong. What I believe is right and what I believe is wrong, someone else has a totally opinion that is contrary to what I may have. And so the beauty of our country and to be able to sit here and be able to display that we are different beings and that we ultimately react and act based on our experiences. I think it's the beauty of being able to share and have a meeting to say, this is what I am, this is what I'm doing, and this is what I think is right, even though I may be unapproved, or this is what is wrong, even though it's unapproved. And I love that perspective because it's being shared today and I can see stuff like that. So thank you for asking the question.
Thank you, Councilwoman Gomez. And I hope we have shared that it is okay to have different opinions, but we want to do it respectfully and civilly, and with civility, and to really focus on we're here for the greater good to serve the entire Victorville or the greater good of the community. So I thank you all, and I'm going to turn it over to Jan right now before we take a break.
Good, thank you. And thank you, Gloria, for walking through all of those best practices. And thank you, members of the City Council, for sharing your perspectives, very helpful comments. Just to add on one comment in particular is that the work of the City Council that occurs at the council meetings and outside of the council meetings not only affects you as a council body, and not only affects the community, which of course it does, and that's why you're there, but it affects staff as well. And it's really important to keep that in mind. any local government strives to be able to hire and retain the absolute best staff. That's how you're able to deliver good services to the public, and how the council can not only create good policies, but then expect that they can be carried out competently by having good staff. So when a city council functions well and can operate more in the green side, that really helps an organization, helps the city manager, the deputy city managers, and the entire organization inspire staff. And inspire staff to want to be there, to want to be in the city of Victorville, to carry out their professional duties. When they're treated well at a city council meeting, when you ask questions in advance, at least those questions that you can think of, and when they appear before the city council and they are well prepared because they know that you're going to ask a question as opposed to springing something on them, they feel respected, and that's very important for staff, and that's good teamwork. When the city manager hires an assistant planner, Keith is hiring that person for the planning skills, not for the public presentation skills necessarily. But yet that person has to appear before the city council on a planning item. So when you have a question, I'm just, picking on planning at the moment. When you have a question on the planning item that that you're going to ask in advance, it's only respectful to let the city manager and the staff know that in advance, so that poor planner can be well prepared and be able to answer that question competently, because he or she wants to be able to do that, wants to be able to serve the city well, and wants to be able to answer the city council's questions well. So I just wanted to bring up this point that the work that you do on the city council not only affects yourselves and your ability to govern, but it also affects the entire organization and the city manager's ability to manage, and the entire team's ability to do their job, and to inspire people to want to work there and to want to do their best, which they do, of course, want to do their best. So that's just an additional perspective to offer to you. So with that, you've been sitting here for a while, and we would like to take a 10-minute break. And so it is now 10:15 according to my clock. So let's come back at 10:25 and we'll continue on. Thank you.
So I have 10:26. Do we have all of our members back online? Mayor Pro Tem, Member Becerra, Member Gomez, are you with us? Okay, well, it is after 10:25, so let's just give it one more minute, see if we can have
Okay.
Member Gomez join us.
Okay, very good.
Okay, I now have 10:27, so let's, since we're, up against a clock with a lot to accomplish, let's go ahead and get started with the hope that Member Gomez will be with us very shortly.
Okay, very good. So the next part of our agenda here today is to go through roles. As you recall from Gloria's review of the article, Attributes of Exceptional Councils by the Institute for Local Government, one of the most important attributes is having a clear understanding of roles. So we're going to spend just a little bit of time on what is, I'm sure, just a refresher, because you all do have a good understanding, I'm quite sure, of the roles of the mayor, the council, the city attorney, and the city manager. But we're going to go through those and see if you have any comments on what we have placed on each one of those slides, so that we can end up with a shared understanding. So next slide, Claire. So we always like to start out with the form of government, and in the city of Victorville, as Gloria indicated, and as you all well know, does operate under with its city charter and with a council manager form of government. And under that form of government, the council sets policy and the city manager administers the government. That quote is directly out of your city charter. And that's the way that the vast majority of cities in California operate. Only the largest cities in California operate under what's called a strong mayor form of government. There are about 15 of those cities that operate under some other system other than a council manager, and it's the most predominant type. So we're going to start out with the role of the mayor, and we've indicated what we understand in Victorville as the major roles of the mayor. These are very common roles of a mayor in a city that is a council manager form of government, just serving as the presiding officer at the meetings. In fact, the terminology is out of your rules as well as your charter. Preserving order at the meetings, or causing the meetings to be preserved, the orders preserved. Serving as the official representative of the city of Victorville. I mean, that is the mayor's role. Representing the city at events or designating others. Sometimes the mayor is not able to go and in fact can designate others to represent the city. Speaking on behalf of the city or again, sometimes designating others to speak on behalf. Signing proclamations, and then assisting with onboarding and orienting new council members. Those are the key roles, again, very common roles of a mayor. So let me just pause here and ask first our mayor, did we miss anything major?
No.
Okay. So let me just ask for council members, if you would like any clarification on any of these, are any of these roles ones that you think would be
You know what,
helpful to
actually,
have?
Ms. Perkins, I just thought of one actually, and
Okay.
it's in our policy manual that from time to time too, the mayor can also help council members understand their role and responsibilities. But I would hope that such a thing would be rare.
Okay, actually, we do have that. We picked that up from the manual. Be easier probably if I had numbered these, but under as kind of the third indented bullet under that first one. It says assist council members in understanding their roles.
I just
and
didn't see it.
responsibilities.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I didn't go over
Thank
it,
you.
but that is specifically listed in your manual.
Yes.
And as Gloria mentioned before, and I'll just reinforce, the city of Victorville has an excellent manual, policies and procedures manual for city council. It's very comprehensive and covers a lot of very important points that can help you be effective. And the role of the mayor is outlined pretty well in that. And then we've added a couple of things that we know that your mayor does do, such as the onboarding and so forth. So let me just ask, are there any questions about the role of the mayor? Anything that's needing clarification from any other council members? And if so, if you would just raise your hand, I will call on you. Or any comments. So I don't see any. So let's move on then, Claire, to the role of the city council. So your charter says that the council sets policy. That is the role of any city council. The city council in all of the cities of California set policy. That is the council's role. Even in those cities that have a strong mayor, the council's role is to set policy. So as the first bullet says, you do set policy, approve the budget, you establish a vision and goals. And in fact, last year you did that in creating a strategic plan. Also, the council has a role of respecting the role of the mayor. Councils cannot operate very well if the role of the mayor is not respected and those particular functions that we just discussed. The city council appoints two people. The city council appoints the city manager and the city attorney. The city manager appoints everybody else. And the city attorney manages all legal counsel. We'll talk about the city attorney's role in just a moment, as well as the city manager's role. The city council represents the city through established policies and procedures. And again, you have a very good policy manual that it is important to understand that representation is through those policies and procedures. The city council works through the city manager and respects the council manager form of government and does not interfere with staff responsibilities. It's the city manager's responsibility to ensure that the work is being done correctly, that if there are problems within the organization, it's up to the city manager to deal with those problems and not the city council's responsibility. The next bullet is do not discuss or interfere with the city manager's authority to deal with personnel matters. Strictly the city manager's role. It is not the city council's role to deal with personnel matters at all. Sometimes things come to the city council in closed session because of litigation, dealing with a personnel matter because of a lawsuit, for instance, and then it's dealt with in that manner through the city attorney. Referring community complaints to staff for follow-up. That is a very important role for city council. You have individuals in the community who will have a concern about something. Maybe it's a stop sign, maybe it's something in their neighborhood, maybe it could be any number of things. And there is a process for dealing with that, and we're going to talk about that. But the city council certainly needs to refer those complaints to staff for follow-up, but not get involved in the details. It's the staff's responsibility to follow up on those things. The next bullet point is as a city council role, is to communicate and keep in touch with the community and with constituent concerns. It's very important that you understand you have a large community to represent there. There's a lot of people with a lot of separate interests and concerns within Victorville. So having a good understanding of the broad range of community and constituent concerns is a very important role of the city council. And then finally, operating within established norms and protocols and the council policy and procedures manual. So being familiar with that, understanding what's in it, why that policy and procedures manual exists, and then updating it periodically too. It should be a living document and should be updated as it's needed. So I'm going to pause here and ask of council, any member of the council to raise your hand if you would like to either comment or to ask for any clarifications on any of the bullet points that are on this list, or if there's something missing, we would like to know that as well. Yes, Councilmember Becerra.
We should just remember too that our title as City of Victorville council member, unless we're at a function, shouldn't mean or shouldn't be used outside of these four walls. I mean, here at City Hall, yes, we're City of Victorville council members. If we go to a function with the mayor or assigned by the mayor, then yes. But other than that, our title as City of Victorville council member shouldn't be used or shouldn't mean anything outside these four walls, because it embarrasses us when, you know, oh, I'm a City of Victorville council member, I should be allowed to go in first. No, you go to the back of the line, just like everybody else. So it just, that's what we need to remember, these four walls with the city manager and the city attorney.
Okay, so council member, are you, is part of the point you're making here that not to use your position or title for any special benefit?
Yes, ma'am. And like I said, unless we've been assigned by Mayor Jones to go to a function, you know, because she's at one function, we've been invited to another. Okay, you know, yes, ma'am. I'm a City of Victorville council member here to talk. You know, Mayor Pro Tem Irving has been invited to many speaking engagements because of our title and where we sit. Like you said, people respect us. They want to hear our opinion. They value what we say in a positive manner. But it can be used sometimes in a negative manner where the repercussions is embarrassing.
Okay, so I think we can add a point there, Claire, having to do with not using the position or title for any special benefits or
Leverage.
inappropriate
Or
uses.
leverage. Right.
Leverage, yes, ma'am.
Or leverage.
So-
And that does relate to the AB 1234 that all council members are required, well, actually all government officials are required to the training, the ethics training that you're required to take every couple of years. And that's actually one of the fundamental principles, is that you don't use your position for any special benefit or gain.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes, yes, Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
I'd just like to add to the comments of my fellow councilwoman, Councilwoman Becerra. When I've gone to events or spoke with the body of people, or mainly listened, I'm always representing the city, not my personal interest or not my interest as an individual citizen. It's from a city's perspective. That's why I am mindful of what I'm saying. I don't want to use the title as council person or mayor pro tem to in any way convey a message that is not consistent with the city. So I'm representing the city, but my job is not really to represent the city. I mean, just saying, like perhaps at a church function or a civic organization, they know that I'm the mayor pro tem. They may talk to me, but I'm aware that they're aware of these things. So that's why I'm more or less listening. I'm not speaking as if, I'm not taking advantage of the position is what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
So that gets dicey though. That's kind of a place where I'm not really sure, you know, because we have we have, how should I put this? Procedures and protocols, that's the formal body of rules and regulations, procedures and protocols. And then there are those things that are unspoken. For me as a new council person, I'm trying to learn what's not spoken because there are two sets of rules. I've come to understand there are those that are articulated and those that are not articulated. So I just like to add that too. Thank you.
Okay.
So I'm going to raise my hand this way because I can't find the raise your hand feature on my.
But before you do, Mayor,
Yes.
Claire,
Yes.
Claire, before you do, Mayor,
Yes.
I do, Claire, want to make a note. I think that we We have Mayor Pro Tem on the fourth bullet point, representing the city through established policies and procedures. But if we were to add to that, as an individual, as an individual council member, if I'm hearing you correctly, you cannot represent the city as an individual council member. You can represent that the city's position is as stated by the city council. So you are representing the city through an adopted policy of the city council or some other adopted procedure that's official. But as an individual, you can't say this is the city's position. So it's being clear that when you are speaking for the city, you're speaking, in fact, on behalf of the official adopted policy. And that's an important role of the city council.
Just so that I'm clear, Jen, are you concurring with what I've said or providing me guidance?
No, I am concurring what you're saying. And in terms of clarifying, I think perhaps Claire, on that fourth bullet, we could add to that, representing the city through established policies and procedures, comma, and not speak as an individual, and indicate that individual opinion is representing the city, something like that. Because I think that's what you're saying, and that's appropriate, because an individual, you can speak as an individual, but you can't say that it's city policy. You can only say what city policy if it's in fact adopted city policy by the city council.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I am agreeing. Yes, Mayor, now your turn.
Yeah, and I certainly didn't mean to interrupt my colleague. So there's an interesting dynamic here, human beings being what we are. So the reality is we work in an official capacity, and all of these points are very valid about not representing the city as in your individual capacity and all of those things. But the reality is we're council members 24/7. Mm-hmm. And so if I'm in a grocery store and someone recognizes me, whatever I do, whether they say anything to me or not, they're watching. And whatever I do, guess what? It represents the council, the entire council. That's human nature. And so I think that it's helpful for us to all be mindful that there are big responsibilities that come with sitting behind this dais. And that means that we must always be aware that we must carry ourselves with the highest standards of integrity. I think if we can't want the best for our city and yet not carry ourselves in a way that suits the dignity of the office. The other thing is Mayor Pro Tem is absolutely correct. So our policy manual is actually rather comprehensive, but it's only been a few years in the making. And before that, everything was understood practice. And so we've come a long way in the last number of years, and it's going to get better. We're undergoing through a policy update at this point to see if there's anything else to add or revise. But it is important to the extent that we can have things as explicit as we can, because then it helps us understand what lane we need to be in. And then one final thing, when I've been out in public, before having been the mayor, or even when I served as a board member, I always felt it was my duty to build the team up, because really we're 5 individuals with different styles and perspectives and skills and experiences and so forth. But it's important that we speak with one voice and that our community sees us as caring about our colleagues, that we understand a certain level of professionalism, and that we respect this very important partnership for the sake of our city. So that's important to me, is always building our team up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it's, there's one city I worked for as the fire chief at the time, had been there a long time, and he used to always say, you got to believe in your product. He used to say that we need to be the best champions for each other, the best champions for our team, the best champions for our community, because if we're not, who will be? I think that's really right with the city council, is that, building your team up is an important council role, because if you don't do that, if you don't model that kind of behavior of building your team up as a council, but also building the city team as a whole, as well as building the community team up, then it kind of shows that you don't believe in it. And if you don't believe in it, why should anybody else believe in it?
Mhm.
So it is an important, modeling that behavior is important. Are there other council members? I see a hand raised, but I'm assuming that's a member of the public, since I don't know who that is.
Jan, it might
Oh,
be
Charlene.
it might be Councilmember Gomez, because
Oh.
she's off her video. I'm not certain, but it might be. And if you would like us to
Can you
unmute her, we can see.
Okay.
Give us a moment.
Yes, it's me, Councilwoman Blanca Gomez.
Oh, okay. All right, go ahead, council member.
So I see that we have a very robust conversation in terms of the city council presentation that we have in front of me, and I'd like to also be contributory towards that aspect. A couple of things that I thought about first was it's when the city is really trying to help its constituency through the representation of the four walls that was spoken of earlier. I think this city council needs to bring into perspective that throwing the book at issues is not a very responsible and ethical manner to bring the dignity of the office. And a lot of the times, a lot of our members feel that city elected officials have a tendency of throwing the book at a situation and increasing the force to show who has the authority and who has the perspective of what should be right and what is wrong. And the administration is not out there with the public asking what the issues are, but a lot of the elected officials, in my perception, would be the ones that are the face of the constituency since we are elected. So having to throw the book, or the feeling of throwing the book at him versus the spirit of the law, is an issue within the city's policy that should be added as being comprehensive. A second issue is the need for the city of Victorville to understand that education of the departments in the city is important before we go out and try to educate the people what our regulations or our rules were in proposition and then ordinances. Although I'm sure the city strives through regulation to post within 72 hours, 24 hours, a lot of our communities don't have the satisfaction of understanding how governments or systems work. And so educating the different departments first, so that they can bring the education and understanding for our communities, so that the communities realize, oh, look, I didn't realize that I was in violation of this new law with landscaping or with land use or with these issues on little lights hanging on my for Christmas. A lot of people don't know this, or water. And as much as we strive to say that we're doing the Dump It Right campaign, a lot of our communities don't come to the city of Victorville or don't know that they can go to victorvilleca.gov because it's not part of their daily incorporation of their life. So education of our departments for then educating the general public is a first means before they throw, or the book is felt to be thrown on issues. And that's my opinion. And that's been my experience in the council, although I know council would have a different opinion of what I've stated. And so that brings me to the third point, which is having in our council policy a contextualized definition of what we say when we mean things, because it's really easy to throw words like integrity, ethics, leadership, things of this nature, but realize that everyone has a way of describing what is consensus or integrity. There are different versions of integrity from many leaders throughout the United States and even globally. So just to have it incumbent that saying integrity means this, I mean, it doesn't mean this, for example, to that person or those people. So having that language within the policy manual allows some context so that there's not too much of a generalistic perspective that this is general knowledge. It's not general knowledge. And yeah, those are some of the aspects that I wanted to make sure that the policy has incorporated within its guidelines, and just an overall understanding that I've read through the city policy manual, but the city policy manual also can be very interpretive in terms of its Rosenbergs or parliamentary procedures. So it's not set in stone. So it's so interpretive, which is the beauty of it. But when one or a group of people say that this is the right interpretation, that's when we start cutting off the potentiality of others feeling respected. Even the term respect means different things to different people. So those are pieces of information that I'd like to present into this record. And I know a lot of us have at least heard some of these facets and can recreate and re-narrate what I'm trying to bring forth today.
Okay, thank you, Council Member. So we've captured one of the roles of council members is to educate the community about city policies and procedures, because that certainly is very helpful when constituents bring issues to you, which they do and they should, to educate them about policies and procedures so that they can know how to handle things in the future. So we've certainly captured that. And also keeping that policy and procedure manual updated and periodically reviewing it is always a good thing so that it doesn't become out of date. So Claire, we should capture that as well, just keeping the policy and procedure manual updated. And Keith, I see you had your hand up.
Yes, thank you, and Madam Mayor and members of the council. You know, one approach that I typically take, and I think it's applicable here, having heard all of the conversation, is I always use as an anchor point in my daily, and the anchor point that I use is reminding myself, what is my role? And I think that's largely applicable here. Because, of course, we do have a policy manual. It does speak to each of the individual members of the council, and it also talks to how it's permissible to conduct itself out in the public. But, I have a tendency, and if I were to try to compare the times that I get asked to speak out in the public, I do so reminding myself always, what is my role? And so, for example, a very common question may be in the public to me as the manager, well, what is the city's position on this? And I may say, I don't know, because I may not have heard clearly from my council what their position is. They may not have even taken position on it. So that would be an example where, it's not appropriate for me to state the position of the city, even in my role as a city manager, because my council hasn't taken that particular position. Now, it very well could be that I am asked my views, my professional views about a particular subject, and I can share my professional views about that particular subject. And I think even the council has the latitude to do that when it's asked to participate in community events. But so long as, again, those views are qualified with, those are my individual views, not that of the council, and the council still requires healthy deliberation on that particular policy position, I think those are examples of the right approach. And so I always have a tendency of trying to use that anchor point of reminding myself, what is my role when I'm participating in events or asked to speak? When it comes to how does the city work, and it can be overwhelming. It's easy to admit that this city is overwhelming in the sense that we have a big city, we have a lot of responsibilities. And that's where the relationship between staff and council as a team is particularly important. The staff relies heavily upon the council to be connected to the community, to hear what the community is saying, because that's likely going to be valuable when the council formulates its actual positions. But when it comes to the detail of how does planning work or how do I navigate the process, that's where we thrive as staff. And that's where we get excited and motivated to be your experts. In fact, we're hired as your experts to help those constituents. And so that's where, I would definitely encourage, don't hesitate at all to make that proper handoff when you think it's appropriate. And we can certainly handle those constituents that you bring to our attention professionally and properly. So I guess having heard what I just heard, I just wanted to encourage my thought process and the concept of an anchor point. And for me, the anchor point I use in many, many occasions is, what is my role?
Good, thank you, Keith. I think that's very important. Thank you for sharing that. And that's completely in line with what the Institute for Local Government has said in its article. Everyone needs to understand what their role is and what each other's role is, so that you can respect those roles and so that you can fulfill your own role appropriately. So thank you for those comments, everyone. Next slide. Let's move on to the city attorney. Andre, we may have missed some things, but what we have on the slide is providing legal advice to the city council on city matters. Sometimes members of the community have the sense that the city attorney is the community's attorney, but in fact, that's not the case. The city attorney works for the city council on city matters. Also provides lots of advice to city staff on city and official city matters. Approving contracts, resolutions, and all kinds of legal documents, certainly handling litigation and managing all the other attorneys, ensuring the compliance with the Brown Act and Rosenberg's rules and the council policy and procedures that are outlined in the manual. Important role for the city attorney. Certainly advising on requirements for public participation, conflict of interest, advising on confidential matters. The council has to deal with many confidential matters in closed session, and the city attorney has to advise on those. He guides, advises, and he remains neutral in his legal role. He also assists with onboarding and orienting new council members so that they understand their role and the legal parameters that they're working within. So that's what we have. Andre, what did we miss?
I think you have a very comprehensive list there, and I think you've covered pretty much everything. That the orientation with new council members. Obviously, the other thing we do is we do the AB 1234 training, and that is going to be coming up soon. But other than that, I think you've pretty much covered it. We obviously negotiate a lot of contracts as well as just doing the approval of the contract form. So probably that's the only thing I would add is, assist in the negotiation of contracts benefiting the city and ensuring such things as public bidding and prevailing wage requirements.
Good. Okay. I think Claire's putting that down there. Finish contracting process, negotiations.
Right. And then, again, it's kind of ensuring compliance with all of the different laws that affect the city, such as, for example, prevailing wage, public bidding.
Okay, so ensuring compliance with all the laws that affect the city. Great. I mean, that's a good catch-all because and there are many of those laws right. and court decisions and so forth that affect the city. And they're changing all the time, aren't they, Andre? So are there any questions for members of the council about the city attorney's role?
Yeah, if I may speak, sorry, I forgot to raise my hand.
Okay, Councilmember Gomez, go ahead.
Yes, so I understand the role is here devised as very comprehensive, but my question is, when we use working for the council, it could be misinterpreted when the decisions are being brought. So I want to understand, how does someone who's been in this position for many years, 30 plus years, can begin at this stage after 30 years, remove self from so many of the relationships of employees at the higher echelons, executive team, to remove self-loyalty, to really be unpartisan when it comes to rendering legal decisions? How is that even a capacity of being viable when relationships and emotions and human interactions will supersede many times the professional role that we were given at one point? You know, it comes a time where so many years there's a lagging or there's lethargy. And so that's my question within that context. And please don't take this as an attack or trying to mean anything. I'm just truly trying to understand how can this be done. It almost becomes like a family with 20, 30 years in relationship. But the profession should always supersede with its code of ethics.
Okay, thank you, Thank you, Council Member Gomez. Yeah, there's an assumption in your question that because the city attorney has been with the city for some time, that somehow that would impact his work. Anyone in that role would, of course, be focused on his professional duties. And Andre, do you want to comment on that?
Yes, certainly. I have been the city attorney for a significant number of years, and that has meant that I've represented councils that have not always been in agreement with. It's never always been a 5-0 council, even before this council. So, I take a course in professional ethics. I have to update my professional ethics all the time. I'm held to a higher standard by the state bar. And so neutrality is a very important part of that, as is integrity. And I believe that, you look at my track record, I think have shown a track record of integrity and professionalism and good ethics. And I'm bound to do that by the state bar, as well as, that's just my personal philosophy too, with respect to this council. I represent the city council, and I don't take sides when it comes to city council matters.
Good, thank you. Thank you, Andre. Are there any questions for clarification of the city attorney's role from any council members?
Janet, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, council member.
I think, yes, it was probably a little bit of personal attack. The city attorney is kind of like dad. He doesn't take sides. He tells us what we need to know, not what we want to hear. And at any time, because they're recorded and they're filmed, if we felt that our city attorney was on crossing the line, or, if there was question, he can always be brought to, answer. But he holds himself to, like he said, to a standard that he doesn't take sides. None of us like to hear what we don't want to hear. So, we need to know that he's not for us. He's not with us. He tells us what we need to hear legally to always for the city. Again, it always goes back to the city. The city attorney and the city manager have more than we do of the city to protect. We represent, they protect. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you. Keith, I see your hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council, and Jan and Gloria. Yeah, I think in this regard, I would use the same anchor point that we discussed previously, in that is, what is our role in the case of the city attorney, and we'll eventually get here to the role of the city manager. Their roles are professional roles, and they have a responsibility to perform based upon what is the best for the city, taking the human personal relationship out of the equation. That should not factor into, what is the best for the decision of the city. But then secondly, these roles are going to be roles where the council has to expect that they may or may not like the advice or the recommendations given by the city attorney and city manager based upon their professional roles in advising, what is the best for the city. And with respect to the time element of how long an individual has been here with the city, that typically carries a tremendous amount of value that shouldn't be overlooked. There's an institutional knowledge there that is hard to replace. So, I think that's all part of the roles, and It's something that I think the council shouldn't overlook or be dismissive of. They're very important altogether in terms of trying to lead the city to perform the best it possibly can.
Good, thank you, Keith. I think Keith made a very important point, and reinforcing something that Andre said too. Sometimes council members are going to like the opinion of the city attorney. Sometimes you're not going to like the opinion of the city attorney, but that's immaterial. The city attorney's job is to give you his best professional advice that is based on the law and is in the best interest of the city, regardless of what individual council members may or may not want to hear. And having worked with many city attorneys in my career, over the years, and I know Gloria also, the city attorneys that are able to work with lots of city councils of all perspectives for many, many years are those people who do exactly that, who give their opinion straight up. Some like it, some don't on the city council. But the city attorney is respected for being professional and giving his or her honest legal opinion. And that's what is very important in a city attorney. And that's also true for a city manager for that matter. Andre, I see that you've unmuted.
Yeah, I just want to thank for those comments. I appreciate those. And, I think that is true. And like I said, I certainly am never trying to be a sixth member of the council that has, that accusation has been out there, but that's certainly not my role. I never intend to do that. There are also instances sometimes where I will give advice to the council that they don't like, and it's up to the council to even, take a position that's against my advice. They have the ability to do that. My role then is to just point out this is the risk involved in doing that.
Good, thank you. And I think that's an important point too, because the council is the policy-making body, and you can choose at times to not listen to your city attorney, perhaps to your peril, if his risk assessment is correct, but that can be your choice. Okay, let's move on to the role of the city manager. So the city manager, per your charter, administers the government. So the city manager, and that's typical in a council manager form of government, which the vast majorities of cities in California and many, many, many thousands of cities across the country operate under. The council manager form of government came into being in the 30s as a way to reform government, is to ensure that people were hired on the basis of merit, that contracts were awarded on the basis of merit and proper bidding practices, and that people were appointed properly. And so when California cities started forming in great numbers, and most cities are general law cities, but even for most charter cities, the council manager form of government was adopted. And that remains the case today. So the city manager's roles are the ones that are the key ones that are on this chart. He provides organizational leadership. He is the one who directs and manages the city staff. He hires and disciplines and fires, of course, through the people who report to him through a chain of command. But that's his responsibility, handling the day-to-day operations, again, through a chain of command. He delegates to staff. He implements council policy, that he does that through staff. He provides professional recommendations to the council, along with comprehensive staff reports, so the council has the benefit of the best thinking, the best research and knowledge and professionalism of your hired staff. He provides policy advice to the city council. It's an important role for the city manager, who has a broad perspective of the organization and best practices in local government to provide that policy advice. You don't have to take it as a city council. You can reflect on it, and you can decide that your policy needs to go into a different direction, but it is his role to provide that advice. It's also his role to establish a strong working relationship with members of the council. So there's that good communication between the manager and council members. providing information equally to all council members so that you're informed, so that you can do your job, so you can come to the council meetings prepared with proper staff reports. And then finally, to assist with the onboarding and orientation of new council members. When somebody new comes onto the city council, and two of you are relatively new still, it can be like drinking through a fire hose. There's a lot to learn, a lot of laws and procedures to learn about, and just a lot of history. Even for the most astute individuals who have been observing city government for a long time, there's still a lot to learn in becoming a council member. So one of the city manager's roles is to help with that, and to be that trusted advisor who can help you become comfortable in your council role. So those are the key things that we've identified. So Keith, let me ask you, what have we missed from your perspective?
I don't think you've missed anything. I believe you've hit all the points. You know, a characterization I would give to this slide, along with the two previous, now that we've seen the city attorney and the city council, is I see these three slides. I would define them as our lanes. You know, these are the lanes that we really should subscribe to try to stay in. And to the extent we can, I think that's the best opportunity for us to be as effective and efficient as an organization as we can be.
Okay, thank you. So are there any questions from council members about the city manager's role? Yes, Councilmember Gomez. And then Councilmember Becerra.
It says provide information equally to all council members. That probably the question is, how is the term equally predefined by the city manager?
Okay, thank you for that question. Keith, would you like to respond to that?
Well, I think it defines itself. That information, once obtained by me, is shared and distributed to all members at the same time.
Okay.
And so I've commonly done that over my career as the manager here, whether it's via text message, email communication, or personal phone call.
Okay, great, thank you. Yes, Councilmember Becerra.
Let me lower it.
Okay.
That answers my question. I was going to ask, when
Okay.
we get the text message, it's to all five council members. Like you said, whether text or email, because when I see it, it just says my name. So I'm sure it's going in as this group text, but under single.
Yeah, so I'll send out individual or in a blind copy format, so that there isn't a potential exchange in reply amongst the council members, so as to not avoid a potential Brown Act violation.
Okay, thank you, sir. Like I said, when I read it, I just read my name. So thank you.
Yeah,
That's it.
Yeah, and that's a pretty common way that city managers deal with those kind of things because of the Brown Act, and being very careful that I'm sure that Andre will agree that council members should not hit reply all on anything like that. So yeah, good, thank you. Okay, let's move on to the next slide, Claire. So would like to offer an opportunity for council members to make comments about your roles. I think Keith had a very good point about everybody just being very clear about your roles. The Institute for Local Government trains on that. The League of California City trains on that. What are your comments about these four key roles, the two people that you appoint, the mayor's role and the council's role? Mayor Jones, I see that you are unmuted.
Yes, thank you. And just so everyone knows, I don't have the raise your hand feature on my laptop. It needs to be updated, evidently. So that's why I'm doing this. It doesn't mean that I want to speak in that moment.
That's fine.
But
okay.
So looking at all this is terrific information, and I applaud you for bringing it to us. You know, I think, so first and foremost, I think every council member here and Member Ramirez as well, we have all had this desire to connect, individually with members of our community. I think that we all understand how important that is, and it helps inform what we do as council members. But for me, that's the beginning point. To that, we have to add professionalism and everything that is a part of that. So, it's important for us to develop ourselves professionally and, make sure that we're competent in our roles and we understand our responsibilities. And those 4 slides, Keith put it well. If we yield ourselves to those things, then we're working in our lanes. And that is a demonstration that we understand our role and our responsibilities for the benefit of our entire team and for the benefit of our entire community. If we live those out, the only thing that can come from that is goodness for our community members. And quite frankly, it's very important to us in our roles to inspire confidence in leadership. If there's no confidence in leadership, then why would anyone feel good about living in Victorville? Thank you.
Thank you. Who else on the council would like to comment on roles overall? Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't raise my hand.
No,
Forgive me.
Mayor Pro Tem, please go ahead.
I'm so sorry. I like what Mayor Jones has said. I think that, you did a really good job at delineating what everyone's role is and the tasks and responsibilities that fall up under each particular role in terms of leadership and, government. It's important, I think, as a council person, I'm now a part of the org chart. So I'm a part of the organization. And that's a really important role. And I really need to take my responsibilities seriously. And just to touch on what Mayor Jones has said, staff and the city manager, the city attorney, they are professionals. They have expertise that we rely on. And if we can't rely on their expertise and give them the opportunity, the latitude and longitude, so to speak, the space to do their jobs, then I agree. Who's going to enjoy living in Victorville if we don't rely and respect and value their expertise and leadership? So that's all I wanted to add. Thank you.
Good. Thank you so much. Councilmember Gomez, I saw yes, your hand is raised. Please go ahead. And then Councilmember Becerra.
Yeah. Did you call on Blanca Gomez?
I sure did. Please go ahead,
Okay.
Councilmember Gomez.
So my contributions here, just as the speakers have stated and all the council members have placed, my role is definitely to disrupt the status quo. It's to ensure that we have different diversities being enshrined within the policies and the levels of hierarchy that fail to forget that those at the lower echelons do not reach those at the highest hierarchies. And so when there's a displacement, those huge gaps need to ensure that they're minimized to the point of reaching individuals who I said are disenfranchised because of age, because of literacy, and many other fiscal aspects of it. It's also to engage communities at all realms possible that I can possibly bring to the table. And those blind spots would be fulfilled by my colleagues, but those spots that they cannot fulfill would definitely allow me to engage at the levels that they wouldn't be able to reach because of these cultural deficiencies that we may not understand each other with language barriers or the experiences of living in situations with monies that could be either tight or could be very flourishing. It's also to agitate movement for the next generation, to make space for them to come in and show that they are also a part of our humanity with their different perspective and their space for them. And those are the roles that I see for the council in terms of my presence as an elected official in the city of Victorville.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Becerra. Oh, you're muted. I'm sorry. You're,
There we go.
okay, all right.
Like all the council members have been saying, some of the wording, disrupt, agitate. When I hear disrupt and agitate, it's time to start acting a different way, which we shouldn't. We should all work together, not want to disrupt, not want to agitate. We represent over 115,000 people that live here, and probably a good 35 to 50,000 that pass through our city on a daily basis. So we work for everybody, not one culture, not one, we work for everybody. And we do that. And all you have to do is go to our council meetings. And I can't wait until we go live again, because I think it would be better for us. It would be better for the community that we're all sitting together up in the diocese. I can't wait for that. So that's all it is.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, so let's move on to the next slide. Claire. Okay, so Keith, this is an opportunity for you to touch on your city manager commitments. And this is a slide that we had up last year that Keith did share the commitments that he has to the council and what he needs from the city council. And I don't know that you need to go over every single point, but perhaps highlight, Keith, the things that have not been discussed or that you want to emphasize.
I think I'll jump to number 5 on the left. Help me be effective collectively as a council.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to kind of revisit the last slide, the comment that we just heard, the comments that we heard from the council members. And I commonly compare this organization, even though we're a government organization, even though we provide a public service, we are a municipal corporation. And maybe because of my education and background being in business, I have a tendency of comparing our organization, our business to that of private sector business. And, when I compare us to, say, a private sector corporation, certainly our motivations are different. In private sector corporations, you typically have a motivation to make profit. And I would compare what we just heard in the last slide versus what we typically see in the public. If you look at a board of directors, and I consider the council as a board of directors, you're the board of directors over a municipal corporation. You look at private companies, we have board of directors that make decisions that are the best for the organization, best for that company. I never hear a board of directors of a private company say or identify their role as being one to disrupt the activity or what's going on in the organization. And I compare that because while I very much appreciate the role of the council and the individuals to speak from a perspective of wanting to be making a change or perhaps wanting to promote greater inclusiveness or what have you, private sector corporations do that too, but they also do that in a unified fashion. A private company may choose to become much more globally conscious, more environmentally conscious, and start pushing environmental initiatives. But they do that through healthy collaborative deliberation amongst themselves, to where then the message, once decided upon, is carried forward collectively. And I think that's one of the biggest challenges that we have here is, despite the slightly different views that one individual might have, that's clearly disrupting our ability to actually provide the best public service to our residents as possible. And it definitely impairs the view that our residents have upon us. I think we're very fortunate as a city to be in the position that we're in. We've accomplished a tremendous amount. We're in a great position. You're going to be hearing about major investments that we're going to be making into our public safety services and other essential municipal services. But to have that overshadowed by the concept of disruption, I think that's probably the most important thing I need is the manager from the council is a clear, consistent message that's representative of our professional values that helps us stay in the positive light of the residents. And so I would point to number 5, and notwithstanding, again, the individual opinions we all might have, to the extent we can shape them and more so as a consistent message, I think that's certainly much more idealistic in my mind. That's just probably the one that I would focus on of the all 12. I could talk about all of them, but I think I'd just like to draw those parallels.
I want to just reinforce one aspect is that it's the council's role to set policy. So using Keith's analogy of a company, for council members who are elected and bring new ideas, which is always a good thing, new ideas that will improve the community. It takes creating a collective consensus, or at least a majority, to be able to move that new idea into policy. That's why many cities have adopted, whether it's a climate action plan or whatever it might be, cities have moved their policies in directions that are very different than 10 years ago because new people have been elected and new ideas have come forward, but then they have gained the majority consensus or a majority vote at least on that new idea. So that's effective governance. And it's certainly not to stay exactly the same today as it was 20 years ago, but you can only move forward when you have the ability to create policy. And the only way you create policy is by having a majority of the council create that policy. Let's see, we had Mayor Pro Tem's hand up first, I believe. And then, yes, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Thank you very much. I don't want to interrupt the flow of the presentation and the workshop and the way it's been organized. At some point, will we get an opportunity, like I'm listening to my colleagues, am I going to be able to ask a question? I'm listening to perspectives and I'm really seeking to understand. Am I going to be able to get clarity at some point during this session, or is it in order right now to ask questions, just so I understand?
Okay.
Because
why don't you go ahead and ask your question, and let's see if we're going to deal with it later, or just go ahead and ask your question.
My question is, I'm listening to my colleagues speak, and one particular colleague has spoken, and I'm curious to know whether or not I understood the perspective, but is the motivation to use the dais as a platform for activism or representation as being part of an organization? And if it is for activism, generally when we are activists, we are engaging in activism for a specific or a special group. And we could even expand that as special interest group. That to me does not seem to be a behavior that engages in one would want to engage in if they're thinking about being a representative for the entire community. But I just want to understand if my colleague feels that is her role, and if it is, I accept it. But I wanted to clarify and understand if I was understanding, is my understanding correct?
Okay.
Is that question a fair question?
Let's do, because we've just been talking about roles,
right.
Mayor Pro Tem. We've just been talking about roles. So let's, you've asked a question about that. And
okay.
And if Council Member Gomez would like to respond to that, it's her choice, but I think that would be fine. And
okay.
Council Member Gomez, your hand is up.
Yes, so I started to listen to people take up on two specific adjectival words, disruption and agitation, which were immediately taken to a level of discomfort. And so I felt the need to give you that parallel analogy so that you may start to understand where the context of my language is being used. And the parallel that I'm going to bring up is the Apostle Paul, who used to kill Christians. But after he was saved, he recognized the importance of disrupting and agitating for reasons of obtaining peace in the midst of anxiety. Things like confidence in instances where words were thwarted and twisted. I don't know if many of you understand the Bible and have read the Bible, the 66 books, or some may be bench warmers. And like I said, my language is not here to attack any one of you. It's just a way that I reflect upon my word usage and the importance of using words that shake the ground of people to understand that complacency is very dangerous. When we are complacent in areas of our communities and our very self, we fail to grow. And that apex that we headed becomes no longer that summit, but a downfall spiraling to an immune system, so to speak, that can no longer function. And that analogy with Paul, the apostle, at one point recognizing that what he was doing, he needed to change. He wasn't going to change unless he understood the reason why God gave him those instances where he could no longer function as before, but needed to realize that peace came in that moment of anxiety, and he needed to change his ways to understand that that agitation and that disruption was showing other people around him the need why he had to change and no longer prosecute and kill Christians. And that's the best way that I can try to formulate for the listeners that took my adjectival perspective on these two words to let you know where I'm coming from. I mean, they can be brought out of context, which on many occasions they will, but this is the fair explanation that I could provide within my knowledge realm to show you that it's not about activism. It's about representing communities who have for ages felt so discriminated to the point where they can no longer think about their next meal. They can no longer live under a roof that you and I have the privilege of living because we have a job that will sustain us. But our system is so corrupt that our system doesn't realize that we need to go ground zero and understand the realm of our neighbors who don't have the voices because they're hiding within the city of Victorville, what I'll call plantations out in the boonies, and they're not even getting fair water. They're not getting showers and things of this nature. So that's where I come from. I'm in those levels. So when I see that at the ground level, it agitates me and it disrupts my heart and my soul. And I go out to the people in that emotion and bring that back to the council to show our policies need to be more reflective of our communities at all levels. But these levels that are so disadvantaged, when you and I sit at the table, they become our meals and the menus that we start scarfing up and eating up without realizing that we're doing that. So I just want to bring perspective where I'm at and how I'm bringing these situations to people that perhaps have not seen it quite often more recently during this pandemic.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Becerra?
Mayor Pro Tem Irving, did you want to elaborate on your question since it wasn't answered, or do you want me to go ahead? Go ahead, Leslie.
Oh,
You're muted.
Thank you. I was like, no, I'm not muted.
The famous phrase, "You're muted."
Right. So I'm just trying to get an understanding. So in your opinion, do you think that our city government needs an overhaul? An overhaul? Is that what I understand? And you ran to, I mean, you want to help the disadvantaged. I think I heard you say that, and I understand that, but and what is your initiative? Like when we talk about policy, what are you proposing? Are you just raising the issue about what seems to be unfair? I'm really curious about that. I want to understand, I really do. And I'm not trying to, I'm not being condescending. I'm seeking clarity. I really am.
Are you asking me a question? Because
yes. Yeah, I'm not, I'm, and I don't want to sound cliched or anything. I'm really coming to you because I want to understand, and I'm coming to you in love. I don't have any objective, like, I'm not trying to, like, for lack of
Yeah,
a
no,
better word,
and
trash on you or rag on you, drag on you, all that stuff. I'm not doing that.
oh no, and I don't
Okay.
take anything that
No,
you stated in that manner.
I think of you as my sister. I'm trying to understand.
I don't, like I said, I don't see you condescending in any fashion. The way that I've expressed myself is the way that I would express myself again. And this is only a small portion of evidence as to why I think on many occasions people that are in my position do not get understood, because we go through things and we bind together with those people in our communities that go through the same experiences. And so I'm trying to bring that experience to show our communities that there are people that are willing to understand, or are willing to take a moment, go out into the community and see why there's so much hurt in our community, and the policies that we implement are throwing the books at them rather than helping them from the ground realize that they are valuable human beings. And so that's where I'm coming from. I'm a part of those individuals that have been disenfranchised and been marginalized. And when I see my community suffering through the same realm, through the same categorical instigations of policies or things of that nature that are not witnessed by a majority, then I need to be able to respond.
Okay, thank you for sharing. Thank you. I appreciate you.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes, Councilmember Becerra.
I just want the public, yes, I just want the public to know, again, we need to be careful with our wording. Nowhere in the city of Victorville is there a plantation. Our council members need to be careful on what the word plantation stands for. And also that no water, if you're living out off the grid, probably not. But we try to take care of our members off the grid too. So as council members, let's be careful of our wording. That's one thing we need to take, like, that's why we're here for, to pay attention what we say. Because the word plantation is a very, that's where you're walking on, there's a fine line there. So I take offense of that word. So let's be careful.
Okay, Mayor, you're next, and then Keith.
Yes, so first, I want to thank Mayor Pro Tem for the way that she framed her initial question. I thought it was brilliant, quite frankly. I think it was articulated in a way that made it so easy for all of us to understand, and maybe bring clarity of your own as to what perhaps has been happening for years. So, the scripture about Paul, and I hope I misunderstood what was being shared, because Paul certainly was not called by our Lord Most High to become an agitator. He was called to share the good news of the gospel. And so there is a danger certainly in eisegeting scripture rather than exegeting scripture. And if one is thinking that Paul was called to be an agitator, that's where that danger certainly comes out. But since we're talking about it, let's just put it plain and simple. A house divided against itself can't stand. In this case, it's the city. We are all members of the team. And I guess the phrasing that really concerned me most was that the view of a fellow council member is that her job is to disrupt the status quo, when we've just had all of this teaching so far today that tells us what our roles and responsibilities are. And even with that, it's like putting all of that aside just to become an activist, as Mayor Pro Tem so eloquently said. So it does concern me. Member Becerra is correct. We do have to be careful about language and the words used. And listen, I've listened to it for years, and I think we all misspeak, but I think that much deference has been given over time to words that are used that have meanings that really are incendiary. And I don't think that those kind of things are helpful and productive. I think that the teaching so far is so good. I can only hope at the end of the day that we're going to commit ourselves to it and not, pre-calculated agendas. Thank you.
Thank you. Keith, go ahead.
Yeah, I actually can relate well to the comment shared by Mayor Pro Tem Irving, and the comment was actually a question, and that question being whether or not it's our role to be activists. And I can relate to that because, and I can very much appreciate having heard from Councilmember Gomez in response, because that helps us understand a little bit better. Because I think absent that understanding, it's easy for us to characterize that somebody is being activist, they're intentionally being disruptive for a purpose that's contrary to what our role is. Again, going back to the anchor point of what is our role. And one of the things that I'll compare this conversation to is, what do we do in terms of public service? Because there's a number of different forms of government out there that are responsible for doing a number of different things. And so in Victorville, we're the closest form of government to the resident. We're going to be providing for roadways, we're providing police, and we're providing fire, we're providing parks and recreation services, and we provide library, we're providing utilities such as water, sewer, electric and gas in some cases. And then we also take on somewhat of a socioeconomic role when it comes to things like economic development, where we recognize the need to have local jobs and encourage local jobs so that we have perhaps a more stable labor workforce that's actually contributing more directly to a larger local economy. But I describe that intentionally because and very well we see it in other cities, and it very well could be that this council eventually evolves to becoming maybe more compassionate towards some of those things that Councilmember Gomez is talking about, such as attending to the marginalized or the less fortunate. I think the closest we are currently getting to that is attending to matters dealing with homelessness, and we are dealing with those matters of homelessness, and we collectively as a council has chosen to take on that responsibility. But I guess what I'm saying is, comparing Councilmember Gomez's comments. First, I do agree with Councilmember Becerra in the sense that we can't be incendiary, we can't be accusatory that there's corruption, because that doesn't help us move forward towards accomplishing any goals. But that being said, I think Councilmember Gomez brings or introduces concepts into our environment, into our deliberation, that again, getting back to the anchor point of what is our role, I believe that many of those items that are being brought up aren't really in our role. That certainly has not been our focus. The council could change in that regard, but there's certainly other levels of government. There's other organizations out there that more appropriately attend to those types of things that Councilmember Gomez brings up. So I wanted to make that connection, because my hope is if we can recognize that, then we can get us all collectively back focused on, again, what is our role, where do we want to go, and how do we want to accomplish that?
Okay, good. Councilmember Gomez, I see that you have your hand up. Is it a response to that, or?
No, it's not a response. Yeah, it's a short comment. I just want to thank, I'm very appreciative of the protocols and the norms that were brought up right in the beginning by the management partner. It was said that any comments that we stated should be seen as with no malice, with very good intent. So I appreciate that was brought up right in the beginning. And that's all my comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's proceed. Thank you all, council members. And again, I want to thank Mayor Pro Tem Irving for bringing up that question, because I think that was important for that discussion to occur. So thank you. Okay, so let's move on, and we will take a break at noon here. So let's begin our discussion of norms. And I'm just looking at something over here. So we handed out with your packet, well, with the agenda, we handed out the the norms, the list of norms. These were agreed to last February. And they're actually fairly typical norms that many other cities have adopted, or variations of these. And when Gloria and I had an opportunity to interview members of the council in planning this session, we asked about the norms and whether they were still, good norms. And then we asked whether council members felt that you were adhering to them. And we didn't really hear any comments about the norms themselves being ones that needed to be changed. So we didn't make any notes in our slides about suggestions for actually changing these, because they are fairly standard. But this is an opportunity now for you to take a look at these and to determine, are they still ones that you can sign up to? So let me show you what we're going to do next. So Claire, let me just give a little bit of a perspective. So we have this, we have the next slide. I just want to give you a perspective here. So we're going to ask, do you still concur with the norms? Do you wish to discussing in the norms? And then on the next slide, just to give you a perspective, we also ask council members if there are some other issues that we should be discussing. We've actually been going through some of those, but we're going to be going through each one of these, which don't have to do specifically with norms. But I wanted to give council members a preview that we did pick up on the specific questions that you asked. So let's go back to the norm slide. So if you have the handout, it may be a little bit easier for you to read these 13 norms, and we'd like to know whether you still concur with those or whether you think any of them need any changes or any adjustments to any of those at all. So I'm going to do the roll just as Gloria did before, so we can go through one by one. And Mayor Jones, do you have any comments about the norms? Do you still concur with them? Or do you think any of them need any changes?
I concur 100%.
Okay, no changes. Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Irving?
I think this is a good baseline for how we should conduct ourselves moving forward. So I have nothing else to offer. I think they're appropriate.
Okay.
The norms are appropriate.
Okay, thank you so much. Councilmember Becerra?
I concur with them, but mine says they were written in February 2020, and here we sit in February 21, and we could probably say that 11 out of 13 has been broken. So we need to, as a council, follow these together, because we need to be together or it's not going to work.
Right. Yeah, the first step is, certainly. And we have another slide that we're going to be asking council members their commitment to each one of these norms. So that's very important, because it's all a personal choice. It's all a matter of choice into how members of the city council choose to work together. And
Exactly.
Councilmember Gomez, do you have, I'm sorry, Councilmember Becerra, did I cut you off?
No, ma'am, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Gomez, do you concur with these norms, or do you think any of them need to be modified?
Well, the way I see these norms, it's based on one subjective proposal if they have been what is called broken or unadhered to. So to me, they're all very interpretive of how to conduct yourself in a professional manner, for instance. And it's based on one's ideology and perspective of what professionalism looks like in front of the public and behind closed doors. So it's my opinion that any of these could be just as solid or just as inequitable in not providing fairness. But it's my personal opinion that we are conducting ourselves in these high regards with integrity, using confidentiality. And if it was stated otherwise, I think specific examples from us, them, we, us, they would be the faction that we need to stop sowing. We need to start focusing on language that is sown to bring about a tomorrow that initiates that we are working together. But if that's going to be an unreality and we're going to start using language that may seem accusatory, then these norms may not feel like they're valid. So, but with my personal opinion, I mean, they're all here. They're norms that I personally believe that I've adhered to all the time. And that's my philosophy, and that's my truthness, and that's what I have to convey. And anybody else that states otherwise, you know, that's their personal philosophy. And I don't need to have people put stuff in my mouth when I know what I'm doing when it comes to these 13 norms.
Okay, so I'm hearing all members of the council agree that the norms themselves are appropriate, that they're good norms, and that you don't see any need to actually change them. So Claire, if you could move on to the next slide. So I think the answer is council members concur, and there aren't any specific ones to discuss. So I think we can move on to the next slide. Okay, so when Gloria and I interviewed council members, we heard 6 key questions. And again, we have talked about some of these, but let's just go through them. And so that this is an opportunity for council members to talk about a little bit more what it is that you think that you can do to be more efficient, for instance, with your time in council meetings. And let's see, I'm just looking over here because I have these up. So the 6 questions are, how can we be more efficient in our time in council meetings, getting questions answered prior to meetings so we can be more efficient, ensuring that the council is following Rosenberg Rules of Order. So those are 3 questions, how to do that. And then on the right side, what it means to be civil and respectful. What is the role of council members in dealing with community complaints? What is the correct procedure? And then what does it mean to represent the city, since no one member can speak for the entire council or city, only for established policy? So we do want to go through those. And Claire, if you'll move on to the next slide, to make it easier to discuss, we've put those topics onto some other slides. So there were some council members that were very interested in improving the efficiency of your council meetings. You're busy, council members are, members of the public are busy, and to be as efficient as possible. And Gloria went over that earlier today. So given the best practice tips that Gloria reviewed, which actually have been reproduced on this slide, what comments do council members have about what you can do now to be more efficient in your meetings? Who would like to speak to this from the city council?
Well,
Okay,
I'll go ahead and chime in, since, you know, much of how our meetings are driven forward in terms of being meaningful and productive is really falls on the lap of the chair. So I am always trying to be better at what I do. I've only facilitated as the chair on this council a few times, although I've done it in many other situations. But, you know, for me, I think the way to keep it fair and moving for everyone, and making sure that everyone has a voice, is to make sure that our policies and procedures and parliamentary rule is meted out consistently for all council members. And I know that that's not always comfortable for some council members, but I still have a duty to do what needs to be done for the benefit of everyone, so that our community and our staff and the rest of our team isn't unduly burdened.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Gomez, and then I had somebody else's hand up who I missed. Okay, Councilmember Gomez next.
Yes, in my comment, I'd like to address the elephant in the room. Francine, happy birthday.
I didn't hear what Member Gomez said. Was it a happy birthday wish?
Francine, happy birthday, whatever that means.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, I think, let's see, Mayor Pro Tem Irving, did you have your hand up? Somebody did, and I missed it.
I did. I don't,
Okay.
I mean, I think I'm already doing it. I'm trying to be prepared before our meetings and be efficient with my comments. Um, and I guess to some degree, I appreciate Mayor Jones because she's she's putting forth a great effort to make sure that everyone has an opportunity to speak. And, I'm supportive of the mayor, but I'm going to be more supportive. Okay. I don't know what else to add to that. So I'm already supportive, but I do understand, thank you. I don't have anything else to say. Thanks.
Okay, so, but supportive of the mayor's role in the meetings, in running the meetings. Is that what you're saying, Mayor Pro Tem? Irving, just to make sure I'm clear. Okay, very good. Okay, very good. Councilmember Gomez, I see your hand is still up. Was that because you, okay, you just hadn't lowered it? Okay, very good. Councilmember Becerra, do you have any comments on this?
No.
Okay.
We, like somebody said, the elephant in the room, if we're not all getting it by now, we're wasting our time being here.
Okay. So, so Gloria did go over these best practice tips, and I think that if all council members can be efficient in your comments, so the mayor is enforcing the rules at the meetings, which is important. You show respect for each other. You come prepared. You ask your questions of staff in advance so that you're not surprising the staff and they can be prepared. That certainly, all of those practices will help you in being efficient and will help the staff in the community. Okay, so Mayor,
Can I just, one quick moment, because I think it's worth saying, we have 2 new council members, and I have to say, from the very first meeting, I was so impressed. And I remember when the meeting was over, just about saying yippee, because it just seemed to me that we had 2 council members, and this is pretty rare, to come on board, be behind the dais, and get so much of what has to happen and what governance looks like. I mean, they came on board. We are all a work in progress for sure, but these 2, you got to give them a lot of credit. They came on board understanding a lot of this already in terms of roles and responsibility, and how great is that? Thank you.
Good, thank you. Okay, let's move on to the next slide. So a number of the council members asked, well, what does it mean to be civil and respectful? And that's fundamental to this whole thing. And the words respect and civility, Gloria used that quite a bit in her earlier slides that she went over. And that is just fundamental to good government, good governance, and effective team relations within the council and between council and staff. So we thought it would be helpful to hear from council members just a few defining words about what does it mean to be civil and respectful. So Mayor, I'm going to start with you. What might
you
be?
Would.
Of course. Well, you're the mayor. No, I'd like to start with you. And what does it mean to be civil and respectful?
People often laugh at me and call me a walking thesaurus. I don't know about that, but now you're putting me on the spot. I think a lot of times when I look at language, I just look at the plain meaning of things, and so very basic. And especially since we all have to, you're not communicating unless people understand you, right? So being civil and respectful, for me, the bottom line is being decent with one another. And sometimes putting their thoughts, their concerns, their needs above your own, and treating other people the way that you want to be treated, right? Because we all want to feel valued and respected, and feel like we have something real to contribute to the team. And so I think all of those incorporate what being civil and respectful means.
Good. Okay. Claire will note that. Mayor Pro Tem Irving, what does it mean to you?
In short, it means treating my fellow citizen, other person, colleague, the way I want to be treated.
Ah, very good.
So, yes.
Mhm.
And if I could just carry on a little
Yes,
more.
please. do.
I do have, this is my perception personally. I do feel that we have at least one, because at least one colleague that's kind of out there. I worry about her. I wish there was some way that I could be supportive and embrace her, even if I don't agree with her. I still want her to, I want her to be, I want to support her in her effort to, now that I understand where she's coming from,
Mhm.
I want to be supportive of what she's, not so much endorse what she's doing, but I want to let her know that I hear her perspective. I may not agree, but I do hear her. So leave it there.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Councilmember Becerra, what does it mean to you to be civil and respectful?
Stop with the vulgarness in our meetings. We need to remember the public listens to our meetings. We can all talk like a drunken sailor. Some of us work 34 years out in the field. So let's just be mindful again of what we're saying. We need to be careful of the language we use, because it doesn't hurt some of our feelings, but it sends us to that edge. So be careful, mindful of our language.
Okay,
That's
very
it.
good. Okay, good. Thank you. Councilmember Gomez, what's civil and respectful to you?
Yes, I'm glad you asked, because I wish I had more time and it wasn't just asked a couple of seconds ago. But me understanding that historical figures such as Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, Mother Teresa, and many others who have been martyred and executed for their belief systems on respect and civility include the right to protest and the right to complain. And so I hang my thoughts on these leaders who for many decades had shown governments what it is that people want when they're seeking civility and respect. So thank you for asking.
So Councilmember Gomez, what does it mean to you to be civil and respectful to your council colleagues?
Yes, Jan, I'm glad you asked the question in a different matter. My response is the same. I stand with Martin Luther King's ideologies and all these sit-ins that happen to disrupt and change and have our 1865 civil rights, 1965 civil rights movements, because this is why we have the freedom to understand that not only are my colleagues elected, but they are also part of society. They could be a part of society's solution or a part of the problem. And so that civility and that definition that I provided behind all these legends that if I had the time to go over, including Niebuhr and many others, would be the same response. I don't see my colleagues at a higher standard. We're considered equal, and they are considered equal in my regard. They're only 1/5 of the vote, and they can conjure up a majority or a minority, but they're still going to receive the same level of respect that many of these legendary figures provided to their leaderships and to their neighbors to ensure that we had a civil rights movement and we were respected, and what that looks like.
Okay, thank you. Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, let's move on to the next question that was asked. Claire, if you'll move on to the next one. So the next question that we heard was, what is the council's role with community complaints? So there are a couple of things that we have on the left side here as a starting point, and then want to hear any additional comments from Keith first, I think would be very helpful, but then also from council members. But community members have an opportunity to use the website portal and that they can provide their complaint, and then it gets investigated. They can call departments. Council members certainly can and should be listening to community members about their complaints and concerns. That's a very important role, as we've already talked about. Although they don't, you all don't have the personal authority to solve and fix the problems, but you certainly can and should listen to them, and then refer the complaint or concern to the city manager, who then will send it on to the right department to be handled. Keith, could you elaborate a little bit more on the community complaint process and how council members can be helpful with that.
Yes, and first, I share the philosophy that we've kind of built internal to our organization, and the philosophy that we share with respect to all complaints is that it's our role to embrace the complaint. That's something that we commonly speak to. It's a phrase that I commonly use, and it's something that we've been working on over the course of the last couple of years to make it as easy as possible for our residents to address complaints, concerns, issues that we would not otherwise be able to know about, have they not bring it to our attention. So we have invested in the use of our website technology. We have a very simple process where it's a couple of clicks, and we register the complaint. It gets directly to an individual. Actually, first it gets directed to the department that's most directly responsible for attending to the issue. We investigate all matters within 24 hours. And to the extent it's something within our purview of resolution, we certainly resolve it. Council members, of course, commonly get contacted directly, and I've made myself directly open to the council members to where if it's as simple as just handing it off to me and allowing us to attend to it, we certainly do that. We've even gone so far as to help draft responses on behalf of the council member or just from myself as the organization, at least acknowledging first, and then of course reporting back, if there was a resolution to be reported. I had a fun one last week because I, as the manager, on many of our distributions from the complaint portal, if we want to call that, our website, I actually see the complaints. I actually get them in my inbox, and I kind of monitor myself. I use that as a barometer to measure, are we responding to these complaints? Are we starting to see the same one over and over and over? That would obviously tell me that maybe there's a deeper issue. But I had one particularly last week that was actually not far from where I live that just kept coming in. It was a recurring complaint, and it was a complaint about street sweeping. And it was one of those where I actually I'm very familiar with the sweeping operations in our community and particularly in my neighborhood. So I made it a point to actually, when the sweeper was in my neighborhood, jump in the sweeper. We went over to the house. We actually made contact with the resident, introduced both of ourselves so that we had personal contact with the individual, and at least let that individual know or that family know that we take these complaints serious. And guess what? We're as soon as he drops me back off at my house, he's going to be sweeping your neighborhood. And the example there, and kind of give a suggestion of where we're headed, is I use the sweeper as an example intentionally because not always do we know when the sweeper is in our neighborhood. More times than not, we're not home. And I know that happens certainly in my neighborhood's case. But one of the things that we're doing now that we've embraced the complaint and we're attending to it, one of the things that we're working on with the use of technology is actually with now we've started asking folks to register with us so that they can get the newsletter communications from the city. But we're taking that large database of emails, and the goal next is to be able to let residents know, let you know when we've been in your neighborhood, whether it's a code related issue or it's a case of the sweeper. If we just came through your neighborhood and swept your street, we're going to send a little notice out to you letting you know, hey, we were in your neighborhood. You know, did we do everything okay? It was to your satisfaction. Are there any issues? That's the vision as to where we're headed. And kind of the neat thing that allows us to be able to do that, especially when it comes to the sweeper operation, is we have GPS attached to those forms of equipment. So we have an ability when that sweeper comes in to download that data and automatically generate a communication with the residents. So we're constantly looking at these complaints also as a way to better connect with our residents. And that's the ultimate goal, is just to better connect. So that's probably a overview of kind of how we handle the complaints. But I guess bottom line, whether you receive them or we receive them, we have a mechanism in place to attend to them as quickly as possible.
Okay, good. I know that sometimes council members in any city can, when they get a call, and this is understandable, they get a call from a resident about a complaint, and then they refer it on. They take ownership. They go, oh gosh, I want to make sure that it's handled, and that's, again, it's understandable. If the city has a good system for referring it to staff, and it sounds like there is one, then the default for the council should be, I know that it's going to be handled. If it's not handled, then please call me back. If you don't get satisfaction, then please call me back. But, rather than taking ownership from the perspective of actually trying to solve the problem, because that is staff's role. But if there's a glitch somewhere and something is not handled, then that's something that, Keith, I assume you would want to know about. So if something goes into your system, but then it drops off the radar screen, then I assume you would want to know that. Is that correct, Keith? You're muted.
No, that's absolutely correct.
Yeah, okay. Do council members have any questions about your role in handling complaints, or is what's been outlined your understanding of what your role is? Councilmember Gomez, your hand is up.
Yeah, in terms of that community complaint process, at one point, I know that the city was starting to look into a specific portal to ease for the complaints. However, for whatever reasons, the concepts of terminating the process just lost interest in pursuit. Council members do receive complaints. We're elected to listen to the people. And a lot of these issues, whether addressed in a positive, agreeable, or disagreeable manner, which could be occurring at times, there's also times that it neither gets overlooked or looked into. When I've received complaints, I wish that there was an educational program, which I've told the city during my first tenure, to provide workshops for the individuals of each department to understand how the process of the city works. And at one point it was going to be implemented, and then with Doug Robertson's leaving, it was no longer going to be a part of it. And that becomes an issue because the people do have the opportunity to come to their government and grieve what they feel is appropriate or inappropriate. On many occasions, I have had individuals who have specifically looked for me because of what I do represent in the city council. And they've come with me with actions that to them are perceived to be retaliatory and reprisal. And as an oath keeper and a representative, I try to mitigate and let them get their reprieve. And it's understandable as well that these people's issues, they do at times get recorded. And the first issue that I wish I had many hours to detail, but one of the issues was the water incrementation for 5 years, where 32,000 residents received a notice in their water bill, and only 68 of them were able to vote to their conscience, which was they didn't want their water bill to go up. They think life is too expensive. Prop 218 allowed them to be participatory, but many of them mentioned that the notice was, first of all, unclear as a vote was taking place and what they were voting for. And I remember trying to bring that up to the city manager and anybody who would listen and just say, look, this is what I'm getting in the community. How can we make it clear that this is what you're telling me? Because as I read it, I don't understand it in that fashion, but you've educated me, telling me that this is a vote. How can we make it clear to those that are receiving a little pamphlet with the water that this is important to them? And so that's just one of many instances where I would step in and try to mitigate with the city manager, or staff would be available, but that has been cut and boundaried off and quarantined for several years now. So in that mode, I have to come in with the resident, let them speak and stand by their side to understand what is going on in interpretation of the language. It doesn't have to be a language barrier in terms of them speaking a different language. Sometimes it's just speaking English and they're not understanding what the officer on the other side is telling them that they need to do. And my presence a lot of the time creates a sense of comfort for the resident, a sense of, okay, this is not retaliatory. I wanted just to understand. And that has been my personal role when assisting individuals who feel scared or feel they're being retaliated.
Okay, thank you for that comment. I think that it's important that the council members, when you do have a concern from the community member, that you do understand the process to be able to refer that to staff, because you, as speaking as one member of a council, you don't have the authority to change policy, certainly. And so, or to solve the particular problem or to change anything, the city council itself could change policy, but it's the city manager who can handle specific complaints if it is a procedure, within the organization. But I think council members, any council member needs to be very cautious about representing to any members of the public that an individual can solve a complaint. Because an individual council member really cannot solve a complaint. An individual member of the council can refer a complaint to an established process, but not solve an individual complaint. But Keith, do you have a comment about just the referral process?
I do, and I think it's important to, again, when we use the themes of staying in our lane and the anchor points of understanding our role, I think it's very important, especially in the case of dealing with complaints, that we handle them uniformly. I can speak to experience to where perhaps a council member had felt it upon themselves appropriate to stand by the side of an individual at the counter in front of our counter staff. And there's a fine line, and I bring it to the attention of this council because the fine line that exists when a council member does that is the potential interference with an ability to manage the personnel. Typically at the counter, we've got employees, very dedicated employees, but they're not trained specifically on how to deal with council persons, and just the council person's presence can create an undue or inappropriate sense of influence, whether intended to or not. Just by the nature of the council member's position, it can do that. And it actually could create a problem, not a bigger problem, not just for the constituent, but it could also create a problem for the employee, to where they find their judgment is lapsed in not following procedure or protocol because of the potential undue influence that's created by a council person being there. So I would stress, particularly in this case, especially in light of the comments that we just heard, it's increasingly important to respect that role of staff to attend to those complaints, because not doing so can actually have some negative consequence to it, to the point where it's actually creating a liability potentially for the city.
Good, thank you for that. Councilmember Becerra.
Yes, ma'am. I'm going with Keith again. Using our title, like he said, standing at the counter with citizens. Not one citizen in this city is picked on. If you're given a ticket, if you're given a warning, there is always someone else you can talk to. Everybody here has a boss, all the way to Keith. We're his boss. But you first need to go through the channels, and standing next to someone or saying, well, I'm Liz Becerra, council member. Okay, big deal. But you don't live at that address. You didn't break the laws there. Or if you did, it was for reason. Again, quit using our title for entitlement, because we have none. We're all citizens in this city, and we need to behave the same way. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, one of the things that, and then I realize that we're after noon, so we'll finish this one up and take a break unless you'd like to keep going. But one of the things that I often will say to council members that you really have to keep in mind is that when you speak, you do have a megaphone, even if you're whispering. And as Keith said, if a council member is saying something to staff, even if it's in the realm of a question, particularly lower level staff, it can be seen as a request. It can be very confusing. And if you go with a constituent who has a complaint and you're standing right next to that person in front of staff, it can be very intimidating and very inappropriate to do that. And in some cities, the staff members are really, prohibited from talking with a constituent when a council member is there even. So you need to be very, very cautious about that because of the color of authority that may be there that is actually not there, because you do not have any authority in those situations. So, yes, Mayor.
So very quickly, because I know probably everyone is wanting a break. So
I
I'm
know.
wondering if this might be one of those subjects that we can put into the bike rack that you spoke about at the beginning of the meeting, because I really appreciate what Keith said about uniformity and how we handle complaints. And I'm wondering if that might be something that the council can work on as part of its policy manual update. Because I think first and foremost, our residents want to know they're being listened to, that they're being heard. And understanding our role in, being a reporting agency, finding out what is it that they're really looking for to resolve the issue, explain options to them, but ultimately redirect them back into the channels at City Hall. And so part of that is, while we can certainly empathize with our residents, we have to sometimes recognize that we have a greater responsibility to making sure that they're now equipped with the means to get an issue settled in City Hall. But certainly, when I talk to constituents, I never tell them that I have any ability whatsoever to affect an outcome, but I can report a matter. And I'm sure, and I have every confidence that it'll be looked into and, an appropriate resolution be brought to bear on it. So, but I do think it might be something suitable for our bike rack.
Okay, good. We'll do that. Okay, so we are actually making pretty good time. I do apologize for letting the time get away from me, because I did promise you we would take a break at noon. I would like to have us take a break now, and then we will, I don't think it's 12 a.m. So how much of a break do you need? I had planned on 30 minutes. We're going to end by 1:30. I'm just wondering if you might want to do like a 20-minute break and then come back and then finish it even a little bit early. What's your sense? Or do you need a 30-minute break? Any preferences?
Whatever the pleasure of the council is, I'm good with.
Any preferences on the part of other council members? Mayor Pro Tem, you're not.
I think that's doable. We'll reconvene at 12:20.
Well, it is 12:23 right now, so.
Oh, is it? I'm sorry.
Yeah, so what if we reconvene at 1:45?
Okay.
Is that okay? I do apologize. It's my fault for letting us go on so long. So let's convene at 1:45, so to get a little bit of a stretch break, and then we'll end no later than 1:30, but I think we can end earlier than that. Okay, thank you. Is everybody back, Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
Good.
Councilmember Gomez, are you with us?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay. I think we'll get started again then. Thank you so
Yes.
much. Okay, hope everybody had just a nice little break, but we can move along the rest of the day. So the next slide is ways to operationalize the norms. So you all agreed that the norms as written are appropriate, as written last year, and you all agreed to those. So the first thing, of course, is to commit to the norms and protocols, and you all did agree that you will that you do agree with those norms. So I'd like to ask council members if you are going to commit to those, because it's all about your behaviors and about what you are going to be willing to do as individuals. So if you are willing to commit to the norms and protocols, if you could either raise your electronic hand or raise your real hand in the case of the mayor. Okay. So I think we've got everybody. Okay, thank you. So that's 4. Another way to operationalize norms is to add them to the council policy and procedures manual so that they are at your ready, so that they're available, so that they're not in a separate document. So that's a suggestion. There may be a better way that you can make sure that they are written down already, but it makes sure that they are memorialized. So that's just a suggestion for you. And that may be something that the city attorney and city manager want to discuss, but that's a suggestion. And then also add the norms to the new council orientation. So those are 3 ways that you can operationalize the norms. Most important being that you simply follow those in your daily practices and your meetings every week. Okay.
Ms. Perkins, just
Yes.
quickly too, but these norms, and especially since we haven't changed them, they're part of our strategic action plan.
They are part of the strategic action plan, which the council did adopt, as a matter of
Yes.
Yes, so they are part of that, correct. Okay, Councilmember Gomez, your hand is up. Is it up from my request earlier to put your hand up? On the
Yes.
Okay, so it can go down then. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, Claire, let's move on to the next slide. So we've got a couple of slides on council. Oh, I see Councilmember Ramirez. Is she? Councilmember Ramirez has joined. Yes, Councilmember Ramirez. It looks like I see your hand is up, and would you
Yes,
like to comment? Okay, thank you. Would you like to comment, please?
No, I'm just listening.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to review the norms, council member? Because the question that I had just asked was for council members to indicate if they would commit to those norms, and I saw hands raised from the other 4, but I see that you are on now. So are you a yes in committing to those norms? Can you unmute yourself? Okay, thank you. You're unmuted now. So are you a yes in committing to those norms, Councilmember Ramirez?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so now let's move on to council training. And if you move on to the next one, Claire. So this slide just has the training that has been conducted over the last year, or in one case is scheduled by the city attorney. That's the ethics training. And so the training that was conducted is on Rosenberg's, and the new Mayors and Council Members Academy, and we listed the various segments that were in that academy. It's always an excellent opportunity for council members, whether you're new or whether you're returning council members or remaining council members, to get refreshed on some topics that the league conducts training on. So it's great that some members of council did attend that. And then the AB 1234 is very important ethics training to be scheduled later during the year. And that's correct, Andre? Yep. Okay, you're muted, but that's what I understand. Okay, so let's move on to the next slide. So we wanted just to make a list of the upcoming League of California Cities training. There are 3 items. One of them is not yet announced, but typically in June, the league conducts what they call the Mayor and Council Members Advanced Leadership Workshops. They're really excellent, and I assume that they would be on Zoom given pandemic conditions, but I haven't seen any dates, so we weren't able to supply any dates. So I don't know if those are going to be deferred, or maybe they're not going to be held, but they're normally held in June. So we at least wanted to put that on your radar screen, that's something that is typically done. And then the annual conference of the league, they do have dates for that, September 22nd to the 24th. And then we wanted to draw your attention. The Institute for Local Government has a lot of webinars on all kinds of good government topics. And those are available to you just sitting at your home computer to learn about governance, leadership, ethics, a whole variety of practices that would simply help your continuing education about being a city council member. So we wanted to bring that to your attention as well. So Keith, do you have any other comments about training, or Andre, about training for council members?
The only comment I have is that we will be doing the AB 1234 probably in the next couple of weeks, just looking for some times. It's been a busy agenda season. We'll get that done.
Okay,
and
so
I
it's
know
coming,
that the
right?
council members have the opportunity to do that through the league as well, but we do it because we also want to include planning commissioners and a lot of the department heads as well.
Super. Okay, so that's right around the corner. That's great. Keith, what comments do you have about training?
I think the only thing that I would add is especially with the new council members, we've been going through orientation sessions, and I believe I've got probably 2 more, one dealing with water and then one dealing with fire. So we've been, those should be forthcoming.
Okay, very good. Yeah, at last year's workshop on governance, the topic of training was an important one, and council members really wanted to emphasize for themselves that they wanted to take advantage of continuing to learn and becoming even better council members. And at that workshop, the city attorney talked about all of the continuing education that he does, that he's required to do. City manager mentioned all the various sessions that he does as part of his professional development. So it's one of those practices that, as Gloria went over the attributes of exceptional councils, that the League and the Institute for Local Government talk about continuing to learn and become better educated about what it means to be a council member. So we did want to bring this to your attention. Okay, next slide. So Gloria, I'll turn this to you.
Great, thanks, Jan. So before we wrap up, we just want to review the commitments of the council today. So today we've provided you a framework for good government, and we've also discussed strategies to operationalize your norms and the various strategies, how to be effective as team members. And so your commitments today, as we started, was, I think, overall a desire to help make things better in Victorville. So you committed to working productively on behalf of Victorville, serving that greater good, the greater community. You committed to following the norms and to participate in training to continue that whole continuous improvement, improving yourself, and therefore being a more productive council member, more benefit to the city of Victorville. So I want to, before we wrap up, just reaffirm those commitments on the part of the council. So I'm going to once again do the roll call that you are committed to this, to working productively on behalf of the city of Victorville, the greater good, to follow the norms that you've agreed upon, that you did not make any changes to, and also to continue the continuous improvement. So continue to participate in training to improve yourself as a council member and to better serve the city of Victorville. So I'll ask for that commitment, that affirmation, and I'm going to start with the mayor first.
Yes, 100%.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, I'm firmly committed. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Becerra?
Yes, committed.
Great. Councilmember Gomez?
Yes.
Great. And Councilmember Ramirez, are you affirming these commitments?
Yes.
Great. Okay. Well, I want to thank you all, and I know it's been hard work, but really the hardest work is now ahead of you. So hopefully you'll use this framework and move forward. And I'm going to turn it back to Jan.
Okay, thank you. So on the last slide that we have, or nearly the last slide, just a wrap up slide, Claire. I'll wait till we get to that. We're going to prepare a workshop report like we have before. And so you'll get that back indicating these commitments, certainly following through on your commitments. And then I'd like to invite each member of the city council plus the city manager, and I don't want to leave out the city attorney, from making a final closing comment. You've spent several hours together here. It's a lot of time to be seated in front of your computer, realize that, but being a council member is a big commitment, and being a city manager and a city attorney are both big commitments. So thank you for your patience with this. We would much rather be able to be in person with you, and one of these days that will be possible. But we would like to have each one of you just make one comment about what was valuable about today's session for you personally, starting with the mayor.
Sure. Well, certainly top on my mind is thank you to Jan and Gloria and Claire for doing all of the work behind the scenes to make this a very productive and streamlined meeting. And I think what really stands out to me is we can see that we have what it takes to become that dynamic team that I believe we all want to be. It's just a matter of individually, as Mayor Pro Tem Irving said earlier, individually making those decisions to do it. And I think that what's been shared with us today really puts in writing what I think so many of us know intuitively and instinctively about good governance. And I trust that we've all learned some good things to put in our tool chest. And I truly believe that we now have the tools that we need to do great things for our city. Thank you again.
Okay, good, thank you. And Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Well, in closing, I want to say that I remain steadfast in my commitment to improving how we work together. I think someone mentioned that we are entrusted with the resources of our community, our city residents. And I am thankful to the team for bringing this workshop forward. I think that we all got a chance to talk. I learned some things about my colleagues that I did not know. And in closing, I'd like to say it's good to see Councilwoman Rita Ramirez. So I bid you well, farewell, and thank you so much.
Good, thank you so much. Councilmember Becerra.
If we can all get something out of this, let's hope we go forward. Language, actions, so we can show that we're a council of 5. That's
Super. Okay, thank you so much. Councilmember Gomez.
Yes. What I would like to share is the takeaway of this is, our identities still remain who we are. It's more than a workshop that I think that would alter the experiences and desires of a group of majority. I do believe that the efforts that are being brought forth are us trying to get to understand our communities and our populations. And that is obviously with the assistance and the help of each paid employee who has an intricate portion and part of what each of them do today, tomorrow, and what they have done yesterday. So I'm very appreciative of the attempt to try to collaborate and bring a teamship. I'm also grateful because our communities can go back into the annals of history and take the words of each of us proposed here and recategorize them to see the assistance needed for each one of them. So thank you for the management partners to have been given the opportunity to come in and assist us in at least recognizing and realizing that the diversification held within each one of us is very entrenched and very dominating, and that each one of us will continue to act on our own behest, what we believe constitutes a right for the people and its representation. So I fall back on those words and leave those listeners in the annals of history to know that I'm there to serve. I'm there to be a part of the team. The team changes all the time, so team can be interpretive. My team is a community of members that consistently need the assistance of voices that are willing to take risks. So thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Gomez. Councilmember Ramirez. Any final comments about today's session, which I realize that you just recently joined?
I would like to say that any form of education to improve our minds and the relationships that we have are extremely positive and enhancing. And your work that you have done with us is greatly appreciative because it helps us become better individuals to serve our community. I believe that with knowledge comes success, and we are here to be able to enhance the lives of our residents and to improve our community in its endeavors. So I thank you for your help, for your encouragement, and for the knowledge that you have given us. And I am very grateful to be a part of this city council because I believe that we are all here to help each other and to help others have a better life. So thank you so much. I do appreciate all that you have done for our city council and for us personally. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Andre, do you have any final comments about what was useful about today's session for you?
I think the only thing I would add is kind of a sense of optimism. I mean, there's been now a lot of training, and as it's been an acknowledgement, I think the council members all have the tools, kind of know what is expected of them. And so I'm optimistic about the way things have been moving forward with the meetings so far. I think it's going to get better and better.
Great, thank you. And Keith, what are your final comments about today's session?
Well, I started off by saying that this is an important day, and it clearly is an important day as we're wrapping it up, because I think now we can look back to today as we move forward, and hopefully we see this as a defining moment that makes us all better. You know, we have a lot of people that look up to us, including our residents. And you know, I think going forward, it's up to us to shape the reputation we want our residents to see. And I think this is certainly an opportunity today to help us to have a positive reputation for our residents and even for our employees.
Okay. Good, thank you. Well, thank you all very much for the opportunity to be here with you today on behalf of Gloria, Claire, and myself. We appreciate how hard you did work today, how open you were with each other, the good questions and comments that you offered throughout the day. And just my final comment to you is that people do watch what you say, watch what you do. You are models, and you have the opportunity to make Victorville even better than it is now. And as leaders, you can certainly do that. Mayor Jones.
Yes, just one quick question. I know when we held this workshop last year, there was a we had a minor discussion, we certainly don't need to have it now, about doing follow-up. You know, how is a check-in? How is the council doing with practicing their norms and protocols, and you know, being able to team more effectively together? Did you have anything like that in mind? Again, we weren't able to accomplish it last time because of COVID, but do you think that would be important for this team?
Well, some councils do those kind of check-ins, you know, on a fairly regular basis, certainly annually. Some do it every 6 months, depending on what they feel would be most useful to them.
Okay.
So it's really up to the council's will and desires on that.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. So with that, thank you so much, and hope you have a great rest of the day, and we'll get you a report recap of today's work. Thank you so
Terrific.
much.
Thank you again. Thank you. Thank you. Everyone have a
Thank you.
wonderful afternoon.
Take care.
Thank you.